and she's brilliant, and I know her. So, yeah.
Everyone who's just joining, I just wanted to let you know that right now we are monitoring what's going on in Rapid City, South Dakota. There has been an encampment set up by a patrol that has been trying to help houseless relatives along Rapid Creek and Rapid City. Camp Mni Luzahan.org is the website. You can see it there in the description. We're going to bring you the audio of what's going on the ground right now, but please go ahead, look at the description, look at that information on that website so you can get a better sense of what this camp is about. Right now, police have surrounded the camp, and the residents inside are trying to decide what they're going to do next. Again, thanks for joining in. We're going to bring you audio from the Lakota Law Project that's on the right now.
To have better understanding, because Native American, you should have Native American law enforcement when this happened. This is about the fourth time that happened. I requested a Native American officer, came down, and he explained things, and we got to do the ceremony. So,
how did that feel this afternoon, that circle and the teepees? How beautiful is that?
Yeah, today some spiritual leader chiefs came, blessed it. It wasn't good, until when the park rangers came, like more or less kind of sniffed it off. He could have came and said, okay, what's going on? Well, I'll get the top, get the honcho, come down. Like anytime something comes up, the penny can count it on for, they'll sit down, write complaints right then. So I can just negotiate now instead of waiting another week. But over there, they'll write something up right then and get it, so unless they get the top enforcement.
Again, if you're just joining, this is live from Rapid City.
You're not having Native Americans come in a situation like this. That's where we need them. We got a spiritual leaders. They're like the clergymen, pastors. They respect that, so what can they respect? So if you look at it, it's probably they really don't have the understanding. And on this side, so it's best to get people to talk, to level things off, to comply, respect on both sides what's going on.
Folks that are just joining, I just wanted to let you know that right now we are live in Rapid City, South Dakota, where a ongoing patrol has been monitoring the rapid creep for houseless relatives, trying to give them food, water, shelter, blankets. It looks like today a group of grassroots individuals have taken land back, have set up teepees, are trying to house those people, give them a place where they can find food and shelter while the city tries to, while they try to continue trying to work with the city to get them housing. If you look in the description of the chat, or the description there, you can see the camp mniluzahan.org. I'll drop it in there as well. We're going to go back to the audio on the left with the Shina Lockett, who's on the ground live right now.
Frequently, which is just fact. Okay. Here we go. So, yeah, and the light is going down. I mean, so there's traffic backed up down there. I don't know if it's more police cars or what, but there's more officers walking in every once in a while too. I don't know what's up with that one. So, this is what's going on here. Sorry, girl, I swear I was gonna have those pictures to you. But this happened right as I was, got my cord. So, and again, I did see there's a sheriff car down there. Looks like they're directing traffic. But again, I can't necessarily condone this, but I can tell you traffic's not that well directed, and there's definitely parking spots around here within walking distance of where we are. I saw some more sheriff cars earlier. I thought, oh, there it is. Back there, there's another sheriff car. So it's a collaboration between the two departments, which is also actually something that happened in Keystone, because the Rapid City Police Department wasn't supposed to be in Keystone at the protest, but they ended up sending at least 25 cops on taxpayer dollars the day of, last minute. So, and a lot of that money too that was mentioned during this conversation is COVID relief money because a substantial amount of money has gone to law enforcement. Well, Pennington County, there's no confirmation on whether or not it went to the Rapid City Police Department, or on whether or not there's confirmation that it went to the Sheriff's Department, not to the Rapid City Police Department. And this COVID relief money actually hasn't been put towards resources for the homeless, which is something that I covered in that 12-minute story that I released also. So a lot of the organizations are struggling, and there is we're in a global pandemic. There is a shortage of beds. Some people are saying they called down and they didn't have beds available. I believe them, because that happens sometimes. So it's kind of just a mess of a situation here, and this group of people is just trying to make sure that people are safe and alive.
Okay, I see the questions in the chat there. Just so you know, right now we're monitoring a situation that's happening in Rapid City, South Dakota. A group of people have set up an encampment, taking land back to try to support the houseless relatives who are living along Rapid Creek. They've been running patrols now for, over a month, and now it looks like they tried to set up an encampment. The police are showing up in force. There's interactions going on back and forth. Right now we're watching 2 live feeds from the ground, Shannon Lockett, who's on the left, and the Lakota Law Project on the right. We're going to go back to the audio from Lockett.
Sorry, I'm trying to read and getting distracted. Oh, yeah, because of the broken treaties. So taking their land back and doing something that, is community development in themselves, which, undeniably, helping the homeless in a global pandemic, in a situation where there are shortages of resources and some resources have been cut completely, is actually a necessity, right? That seems like kind of a necessity. And so these guys are doing community organizing to help the people. But yeah, and these donations too that we have here, guys, literally a couple hundred donations, blankets, coats, the teepees aren't cheap, man. Chairs, the food for the feed today. Who has a history of taking that stuff, confiscating it, and then us never seeing it again, is the Rapid City Police Department. So if those items go missing, that's expensive. It's hard to get that. It's hard to, we pass them out at night. Last night we had people who are homeless asking for blankets, and we couldn't get them any blankets. We had 3 in the car. They were all really small. They were 6 or 7 people in the group, and they were cold, and they just had nothing, and we couldn't do anything about it. And so if they confiscate all of the stuff that we just got donated, that really sucks. Drew, there's no way in hell I'm gonna put you on this video. Yeah. Sorry, she said probably all COVID positive. I don't know whose auntie you are, but you're hilarious. I don't know whose auntie you are, but you're hilarious. That's my new auntie. Okay. And so, so the homeless people also sleep, and their tents will get shut down, right? Their tents will get confiscated, their blankets, but they're gonna sleep out here fucking regardless. With or without a teepee, with or without a tent, no matter where they sleep, it's gonna be illegal. There's no solution, right? The only solution is detox, or they have to be sober, or pay money to go to a shelter. One of 2 shelters. There's a shortage on beds and everything in South Dakota. So, got this back here. Looks like there's still some conversations about what's gonna happen. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cops outside of their cars, but I'm not sure about inside the cars, because I see a sheriff down there who's directing traffic, and I'm guessing there's one down here too. So yeah. And it just it kind of sucks that it had to it kind of sucks that it's coming to this, because there have been so many meetings and just nothing's happening on time. So I might go try and catch up with somebody and check in to see what's going on here now that the meeting's over.
Folks that are just joining again, if you look at the description there, you'll see the www.campmniluzahan.org. I'll have information on how you can support what's going on the ground right now in Rapid City, South Dakota. We're just bringing you these feeds live so you can see it for yourself. And again, on the left we have Shine Out and Lock It, and on the right we have the Dakota Law Project. We'll go to the audio again of Shine Out and Lock It.
Because again, I know that there's people who watch this. Hey.
We'll see what the Lakota Law Project is talking about.
Power cord.
The Lakota Law Project.
This is just all my equipment in my car. Hope my car stays here. I'm going to lock it up. I'm a ways away. So let's see. I've got this. Maybe how's my battery life? Let me see how my battery is. I think it's.
There were repair bags all over.
Okay, I'll check out.
See another cop car rolling in. Hey, do you guys know what the plan is? Do you want to update it all? I didn't. I left the circle because I know a lot of people watched. Oh, it's facing this way.
I see people are asking how they can support. Again, you can check out the www.campmniluzahan.org, campmniluzahan.org, to help what's going on. Again, we are just bringing you what's happening and trying to amplify these different land back actions that are going on around right now Rapid City, but again across Turtle Island. So right now people have tried to set up an encampment for houseless relatives along the creek. The police have shown up, and there's this ongoing conversations and negotiations going on, and we're going to bring you back to the audio on the ground. Thanks again.
Over there right now.
Oh, I got it in case it's cool. So I guess it'll be a surprise on what's happening, but we're along for the ride. Okay. Oh, it looks like they're talking to somebody in a wheelchair, and everyone's gathered around it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, give me a sneak. Thank you.
I don't know if you're familiar with the laws. E.Y. Berry. Can you recall in your mind? E.Y. Berry, when he was the representative for the South Dakota, we could put a teepee and relocate it from Indian tribe, relocate to Chicago, California, and they could put the teepee up, and you are the Lakota tribe. So you could, in the 1868 treaty, under the boundary of the territory of the state of South Dakota called state, June 24th, 1924, you are a citizen of the United States. For that purpose, churches are there. Now the oldest tabernacle is the teepee of the Lakota Nation, the territory of this land. You are relocated if you want to come to Rapid City and put your teepee in ceremonial boundaries, ceremonial entities, corporations. You could do it. It's in the registered deeds in the state of South Dakota. That's why we put these teepees behalf of the people. You have known what is happening. That's why maybe somebody will recover. Within our 1978 Freedom of Religion Act. That's why we put this on. This is our land. Black Hills is our land.
Okay.
And that's Chief Leonard Crow Dog.
I am very respectful of your views. I understand your views. Unfortunately, we are in a situation tonight where this could have been worked out if we had started working on this process during daytime hours, Monday morning, down at City Hall. But because this was erected at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, We cannot allow this to stay up
Again,
to the
this weekend,
so
the
it
first
has
snow
to
in
come
Rapid
down
City is
tonight.
predicted. So the freezing temperatures that somebody did die from exposure and previous existing illnesses is how it was reported in the news article. Sorry, I'm going to change this back.
I am the man that fought for these rights. This tabernacle should be here till we'll negotiate with you.
And I am very respectful of that view, sir. But we have to be able to work through this at a common hour when businesses are open, when
So
we can
yeah, the
sit
first
down with
snow
the mayor,
in Rapid City
other
is
people
supposed to
involved.
happen this
It is not
weekend.
going to happen at 5 o'clock at night.
And that's
Friday
part of the
afternoon.
decision, as I understand it, to put this up. And I mean, snow doesn't necessarily wait for people's schedules and businesses to be open during business hours.
The senators and the Congress and go through the library and you will find what I'm talking about.
Sir, I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you one bit. But the reality is tonight, these structures have to come down.
Leave him alone. It's
This is reality. Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. He has the right to walk. Get away. Go on. Go back to your home.
Listen, I have been working with a lot of people down along the creek. I have worked with the Creek Patrol. We made big steps with the Creek Patrol.
Did he work
But
with
all
Creek
along,
Patrol?
all along, we have said that no structures, no tents, no anything can be built in the flood hazard zone.
Well, it's not going to flood tonight.
Housing's a human right.
No, it probably won't. But
Sorry, he
These
just
have
said
to
it's
come
not going to
down
flood
tonight.
tonight.
that's the law. That's the city ordinance. They're going to come down tonight.
So the warrants and who will get arrested?
Anybody that obstructs or prevents the police department from doing their job of taking these down is going to go to jail tonight. If everybody,
The
if-
health service, OSHA,
if
you have COVID-19 right here, and you're trying to take
if
that
people
apart.
want to get arrested tonight,
That's wrong.
we can make that happen. If
She's
people
talking
don't
about
want
call
to get
OSHA because of
arrested tonight,
COVID-19 in the
that would
city,
make
50%
my life
positivity
a
rate.
lot better. All these officers,
Like
a
2
whole
days
lot
ago. It
better.
might be a little lower now.
Yourselves. It'll be so much better for everybody if you work with the police department, take these down tonight, and then we can have a civil discussion at some point and help find a place to put these up.
There have been several discussions before.
The
How
mayor,
long has he been saying this?
the mayor did meet with people.
When? And did he come down here and
Nick,
meet with
because
people?
it's not in the floodplain.
Nick, he did not discuss this piece of land.
Yes, you did.
The chief of police was, and he talked about tiny
It's
homes.
live.
He talked about tiny homes and working through something.
Hell no, he wasn't. It was the comms director and the mayor.
This is not going to happen. Allender has been talked to. There was no discussion about putting teepees up at this location. So
These are temporary. We're just waiting for the tiny houses he promised.
Yep.
Yeah, shouldn't Allender be...
No, that's but people
Okay.
people are living today, man.
no, they're going to come down tonight.
This is temporary. This is all temporary until we get tiny houses.
Until they come down tonight.
temporary
Until
until they
tiny
get tiny
houses show up, and the
Okay.
mayor actually meets the needs of the people.
So
So if that's a wider part of the discussion, why wouldn't you bring
Come back tomorrow
Allender?
and talk. What's the big deal about
because
this
they're
thing
going to
overnight?
come down tonight.
They
No,
ain't
but
hurting
what's
nobody.
Why did they
What's
have
the
to come
problem
down tonight?
They are coming down tonight.
They ain't hurting nobody, man.
They're coming down tonight, Nick.
They ain't hurting nobody.
Okay, so when
Where's your boss at? Because
Yeah,
we
share
found a
this with
technicality.
someone.
We found a technicality. This is actually light industrial. It was given an exception. Just like all those other buildings are, they're given exceptions. This
Through a permitting process.
this piece of property already has an exception on it.
through a process.
It already has an exception.
They're
It,
coming down.
it already has an exception on it.
Okay.
That's
So-
why.
It's not
That's what.
rule of law for you.
So here's the thing. Who is going to work with us to help get these down tonight, and who is going to oppose?
Where's
those questions.
No, actually, we were waiting for your superior to show up. That's what we were told. So.
Okay, well, here's
We'll wait
Where
because
is
there's
he?
some technicalities that
they're
need to
going
talk
to-
about.
they're going to
No,
come
we
down
need to
tonight.
talk about the technicalities. Is what we need to talk about.
we're not going to talk
That
about this.
yes,
anymore,
we
Nick.
do.
They're coming down tonight.
No, they're not.
And
Where's
there are
your- where's your
technicalities.
su-
Like
where's
I
your
pointed that out
superior?
earlier,
We're
and
waiting
I
for your
just don't
superior.
understand why the mayor doesn't have time to
Nothing's
show up
not
to
happening
something
until
like
your
this.
superior, till your
Or
boss
city
gets here.
I am very respectful
engineers.
of your wishes and your desires for this to not be like this tonight. I am
how
very
rude.
respectful of that. but unfortunately, we are in a position where they
We
need
can
to go.
negotiate it tomorrow.
Get your superior here.
Okay.
Like he said.
Yeah. we
Right.
can
What
we'll
about
talk
Allender?
tomorrow.
Shouldn't he be here if it's a city issue?
Why not? Why not?
Okay, they're going to come down tonight.
Because he's a common
Please help
man
me.
like the rest of us.
I am begging you, otherwise they're going to be taken down by police officers tonight.
No, they're not going to touch it.
Okay.
You're not stolen property though, right?
And Crodoc says that the police are not going to touch them.
Stolen property crimes tonight.
Well, let's align it.
Stolen property crimes over there is coming from
able to be arrested, please give me your information.
coming from
We can help in case people get arrested.
Lloyd Big Crow. They're talking to people about potential arrests. Again, I am a member of the, what is it, Mike? Like freelance journalism organization for the USA that does, just a heads up because I know who watches this. We are enrolled members of this freelance journalism organization with a team of lawyers who do have our back, so no need to worry if I get arrested. We have them as backup. We pay into the organization. So this is an accredited freelance gig on the side.
Ooh, all right, everybody. We're going to double check and see what's going on again. If you're just joining, there has been an ongoing action at the Rapid City Creek. We're going to see where we can get these. Oh, they're going again. But there's an ongoing action. People have taken land back to set up teepees to try to house houseless relative or homeless or houseless relatives. They can't be homeless. They are on their own lands. They're not homeless on their own lands. They're simply houseless because of a system of white supremacy. And so houses are being taken away from. I think that I'm not going to go into all the specifics, but there's more houses that are empty in this country than there are houseless folks. But anyway, so we're gonna keep listening to what's going on. We'll switch over to the Lakota Law Project, and we're gonna keep these feeds up as long as we can. Again, check out the description. You'll see that link there. If you want to learn more about this specific thing, go to that link. If you want to support it, that's the link to do it. You can check it out there, and we're gonna cut back to the audio of the ground.
This is really unfortunate. It was really beautiful this afternoon. Light, yeah, that's, I'm getting some text. Try to do it the side. There's a little more side. God, look at these. There's just a lot of police here, folks. I think I'll just kind of walk the line here. See, and here's, I guarantee you, these policemen do not want to be here. This is not their idea of a Friday night. They're gonna have to go in and tear down teepees. I just about, my hands from, oh, there we go. Just, okay, they're structuring up here. It sounded to me like sounds to me like they're gonna set up an LRAD, is what I heard. Did I really hear LRAD? Is that? I just happened to hear it. Boy, what a show, huh? You know what? Just. They're really safe tonight. Why not come back tomorrow?
This isn't about feeding the homeless here.
Oh boy, was it a good feed.
This is
no,
a protest.
I've been through this. I've been watching this for 2 months now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no solution coming from the city, anything working.
But do you know that there's no organization that works as hard for the homeless as the Rapid City Police Department does?
And the fire department, $15 million a year.
Correct.
And
so the problem is this, is that we've offered to help work through the system. This is not working through the system. Setting up tents at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday is not working through the system. So this is not about feeding the homeless. This is a protest.
But what I've seen is no matter what, they see the winter coming, and what they see is the mission thing, which is good for a day. It's good for a night, and then they're back out and they come back. It was go home. That was the main thing the mayor said in that meeting, was go home. They're not going home. They get bashed at home. They don't have a place at home. So they are here, and it's getting colder. And the city's really not offering any solutions that are on any timely basis. And this is actually a really good setup for tonight, and could be tomorrow as they try and find a building or something. And it's just like, well, you guys there's going to be a wild time.
And it's going to come down tonight.
You know, it's a wild time in the old town tonight. Well, you heard that one.
Here's more of the cops. Okay, so the battery light is right there.
Okay, there we go.
Cool. And so this is, if you need, do you need a light? Actually,
I may not. I don't know, because I actually had pretty good light with everyone else's. I may, but I may not. I'm not
okay,
totally
do you need
sure
a tripod or anything, or?
I might need the tripod.
Okay.
For the interview specifically?
Yeah, dope. So here is this tripod. It's probably the best.
That's here?
Yeah, I mean the cops called out, but the cops. Okay.
Do you think he would take an interview?
Probably not. I talked to Mark Tilson, who's part of Creek Patrol. When he's ready, he's already interviewed with me. We're walking around checking on people that live out. When you're ready, and then here's a light if you do end up needing it.
So the independent journalist is speaking right now made a short doc kind of explaining what's going on, what this patrol is about. So I'll be able to play it so we can watch it and sort of learn more about what's going on.
We got a reporter on the scene.
We'll cut back and forth as we sort of watch what happens.
By the creek and getting them water and snacks and making sure they're breathing, making sure they're not hurt, don't need first aid or need anything else.
Oh, shit.
We bring out blankets, hand warmers, kind of whatever folks need to not die.
This is the Mni Luzahan Creek Patrol in Rapid City. Recently, the mayor publicly criticized Grassroots efforts like this. The group of volunteers walks alongside parts of Rapid Creek that extend through the city to check on people who are homeless. Every night for the last 2 months, people have taken shifts from sunset until dawn to make sure unhoused people are safe. A lot of what they do is de-escalation. They stir up arguments between homeless people without police presence. But the patrol has witnessed and intervened in harassment and some life-threatening situations from outside parties.
That varies anywhere from people driving by and yelling slurs to people actually driving into the camp and trying to run people over, which, I mean, you know, murder. Throwing rotten vegetables and potatoes and stuff at people, vandalizing tents, tarps, and blankets, beating people with a pipe, that happened. So that's a lot.
There are homeless shelters in the city. Cornerstone Mission has the capacity to sleep 126 people. However, they need to be sober to use the services. If they have income, they're required to pay $7 for each day up to 90 days. Or find a job within 30 days and perform sweat equity to make up the money. If people are not sober, they can go to the city-funded detox facility.
I say our camp is actually just a sleeping area. We don't have any tents up right now. There's a tarp ordinance where the police can come and shred your property if you're living outside. And somehow it's all been politicized, how somehow being native is political, somehow being homeless has been politicized.
We would enjoy and look forward to working in partnership with the tribes on solutions that don't further enable the homeless. Some of the simple solutions right here in front of our nose, the homeless that are here from out of town should go home immediately.
Creek Patrol's mission is to be a temporary solution for people who are, for whatever reason, sleeping outside. They want to ensure everyone is safe. Long term, they hope to see the city ordinate a space where organizers can start a camp or housing facility for people to stay no matter what their condition is. Mark Tilson says the majority of people who are homeless are Native American. That detail is likely a product of systemic poverty stemming from colonization and being carried into today. Tilson says most of the aggression from outsiders is aimed towards unhoused Indigenous people.
Mayor Allender has kind of stated that his position is more or less Indians should go back where they came from and the homeless are not welcome in his city. And to that, I gotta say, fuck that. Lakota people have been living along this creek as long as there's been Lakota people or a rapid creek. We have an inherent right to be here. We have a treaty right to be here. And beyond that, we have a civil right to be here.
Police have not charged any of the people who drove over a curb and through the camp, endangering homeless people at night. Another example of the violence is one night while I was working patrol. Several people told me men in a truck had driven by a women's camp earlier in the day and told the women, including an elderly Lakota woman who recently suffered a stroke, that they would come back at night while they were sleeping to bash in their heads and break their legs. Myself and another volunteer parked our cars near the camp and kept a lookout so the women could sleep safely. Creek Patrol also records interactions between police and homeless, which can vary. Some unhoused people have reported that police confiscate their blankets, tarps, and tents, since camping in parks is against city ordinance. And sometimes directions from police also vary, like in these two videos from consecutive nights. In the first, a police officer checks on a group sleeping under a band shell at a local park. He makes sure they're okay, confiscates some alcohol, then walks away. The next night, police officers ask the group to leave the same area.
You guys just can't be in any parks after 10 p.m. Yeah, we're gonna move. Okay. Give us time. Oh, definitely. We will definitely give you guys some time.
Many members of this group, based on all of these factors, choose to camp outdoors rather than seek the homeless services that we have. And in the last few months, the homeless population is growing. There's been an influx from the local Indian reservations. Many who are here, many new homeless members who are here, are attracted by the free food in parks.
Like Creek Patrol, several groups working to help meet basic needs for unhoused people agree that building relationships and trust is important. It makes unhoused people feel comfortable telling their stories and asking for help. Lloyd Bigcrow is the founder of the nonprofit Oyate Kin Chante Washtipi. He's been hosting weekly.
Okay, everyone, before we continue on that short documentary, you can look it up. We're going to go back to what's going on the ground here really quick, and then we'll keep kind of watching this documentary for context, or this report for context. This is what's going on right now in Rapid City around this encampment that was set up by the patrol that you're hearing more about from that short piece.
Anymore. There are people there are Lakota people that they've learned how to work with, and the city wants to get its way at all possible. But they don't understand that this is actually our land. Like, they know it will. Goddamn John said again, this is stolen land. Admitted to it. And says we're not going to have a constitutional discussion. Now what's going on here is our relatives, we're attempting the most difficult thing to do. And Hazan Akola Kichie is trying to come together and have a consensus. If you can't reach a consensus in front of a riot line, when can you, right? But this is actually how Lakota people and indigenous people, like, we've used to operate. We used to be able to make decisions quickly. We used to be able to try to get it so that those who disagreed with the decision can go their own way. But we're not trying to make a decision where one voice rules over everyone. And it's difficult when you're trying to encourage people's bravery instead of their fear. Both are contagious.
Is this Central States Fairgrounds property?
Is this no, I don't believe so. This is city property. We're on Center and La Crosse, very close.
And although the roads are blocked, like I've been saying, there is plenty of parking over. And yeah, those are people who are unhoused leaving because they're pissed and because the cops are here talking about making arrests. So
you can't drive up, but you can walk up.
Yeah,
I
so
just walked up in solidarity, you know. You can't drive up, but you can walk up.
Can't drive up, but you can walk up. So, I mean, I can't condone it. I don't know the trespass and legalization, but that Subaru parking lot is just like right there. It's after hours. I really don't know if anyone's going to tow your car. There's a parking area back there by those businesses that are closed. That big old parking lot back by the creek behind the fairgrounds is open. Not that I'm necessarily condoning that you come down here. I'm just saying, like, the guards, like, on the street, not super detailed or intense to get by. So, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Mom. My mom parked a car somewhere and walked over.
Subaru, just like you said.
Hey,
Subaru, I guess it works.
I posted. I'm hoping
yeah.
more bodies will come.
Yeah, I think if you are in Rapid City, South Dakota, please come to La Crosse and Center. Can't guarantee your safety. I mean, safety is a very relative and elusive thing in 2020, as we all know. Please mask up if you're coming. Get here quickly. We need help. We need bodies. We need reinforcements. It looks like they are going to try to sweep the whole camp, and they've chased off many of the unhoused relatives who are used to being brutalized by the police.
Mm-hmm. And what about, do you want to talk about our donations and stuff? Are those at risk? Do we have a plan? Because, dude, we had so many donations, and it was so much hard work for us to get, but they keep on getting confiscated. I mean, I'm frustrated with it.
Yeah, like it's a very, very difficult thing, and it's like, the thing about the police is they're very mercurial, and they often lie, and they can change their opinions very quickly. So right now they're saying we can stay here if there's no structures. There was a camp without structures. There was people living, and they went behind the fucking scenes, flexed on the churches, and got the people out of there, and then kept arresting and putting everybody in detox and over to safe bed and in jail.
And that was during their meeting with the mayor too that you're referring to, right?
Right. And so it's not about structures. If it was about structures, there was no structures up there. There was no structures at that park. Oh, excuse me, it wasn't even a park. It was just next to the Journey Museum.
Yeah. So, all right, thanks. Yep. Okay. They're still having a meeting, and I'm still not going to go over there. Mom, put a mask on. Oh, I think so, yeah.
While this is going on, I think we're going to keep watching this video for a little more context.
Guys, prayers and talking circles.
This is the person who is recording right now, Shannon Lockett. I think it's Independent Media Project. Definitely check that out.
A common gathering area for many.
A way of, getting to know the relatives, who they are, where they're from, and kind of like asking about their traumas and stuff. Just like start the process of healing. Because a lot of our people go, from the reservations and just anywhere, we deal with a lot of trauma, whether it be sexual abuse, death in the families, just about anything that's traumatizing, you name it. The people went through it at one time or another, so we got our people's trust and they know who we are. And now we're working on a talking circle, and so we can start the healing process with them. We rely on volunteers, monetary donations, food donations, and prayers. That's the three main things that we ask for.
The city reduced the budget for the Cornerstone Mission Shelter in 2018 by $70,000. Rapid City Mayor Steve Allender has repeatedly asked people to donate money to the shelter to keep it afloat, even amid the pandemic. When COVID-19 hit the area, resources for the homeless were reduced even further.
Some of the rumors are that there are 300 homeless individuals walking around town, and that Rapid City only has 17 beds. That's false. In fact, both of those numbers are false.
An annual survey counting the number of homeless people across the state found 353 housed and unhoused homeless people living in Rapid City in January. In 2017, work began on a homeless center called One Heart. It's supposed to bring resources for the homeless into a centralized building, including housing, food, social workers, and services to find employment. However, the building isn't scheduled to open until 2021. Its services are unavailable to people in immediate need during the global pandemic. The city invested $5 million into the project already, and Mayor Allender says they're likely going to invest more.
$15 million annually going out of the police and fire budget to provide short-term, largely non-beneficial treatment to homelessness. Taking someone to detox, breaking up some fights, investigating frozen bodies out in a public space.
Although various groups are directly helping people in poverty handle the repercussions of COVID-19, most haven't received any of the state's $1.25 billion in federal funding to assist with their work. The Associated Press reports Governor Kristi Noem did allocate $4.5 million to pay salaries and benefits in the Department of Public Safety. The Hope Center is a day center for people in need that has been in operation for 10 years. It is not funded by the city and currently has 3 full-time staff members. They rely heavily on volunteers and donations.
So before the pandemic, we were serving approximately 200, 210 maybe people a day. Food has not been our main focus. It's never been a line item. And then the pandemic hit in the end of March, 1st of April. And we saw a huge gap in services for people regarding food. We started providing breakfast and we started providing lunch, and more people started coming and asking for services. A variety of reasons, because they had no other options, but also because people started losing their jobs.
The Hope Center partnered with Feeding South Dakota, who had to close their food pantry from April through the second week of August. They offered 50 food boxes, 4 days per week, and distributed them at the Hope Center to anyone in need. Tim says now that services have opened back up, they're encouraging people to return to other places for resources, but they're still offering a new way for people to access food. The Hope Center hosts weekly feeds of their own in Memorial Park, 3 afternoons a week. On top of food security, groups working to help people who are homeless say weather conditions play a huge part in an individual's safety. Temperatures reach below zero in the Black Hills nearly every winter. There are snowstorms and high winds.
There are rumors that the homeless are dying from exposure on Rapid Creek. That also is false.
Local news outlets have reported at least 7 exposure-related deaths of unhoused people in Rapid City since 2015. Addiction and poverty can play a role in hypothermia. Some organizers are hoping to build a housing unit for individuals to stay regardless of whether or not they're under the influence. Nick Tilson is the founder of Indian Collective, an organization that works to build up and invest in the self-determination of Indigenous people and make communities sustainable. He says a permanent supportive housing model would benefit the city.
Communities where there's a lot of homelessness, like you see here in Rapid City, it costs money, right? It costs money to taxpayers. It costs, it's a low quality of life. And supportive housing projects, a lot of the ways in which they are funded is funded through public dollars, through HUD and public dollars, because it actually decreases emergency 911 calls, EMT visits, 911 visits.
Tilson says things like Rapid City's anti-panhandling ordinance target Native Americans in poverty and criminalize them for being poor. He says it puts people into a negative cycle and contributes to the more than 50% Native population in the city's jail. Tilson says although people creating major new projects to help end homelessness in the city have their hearts in the right place, they're overlooking critical input and leadership from the Lakota community.
This patrol don't work for the city of Rapid City. It don't work for the mayor's office. It don't work for the city council. We work for the people in the community. And so don't get it twisted, by the folks who are elected in this so-called government that we're in, that this movement is about the people and about putting people first and having empathy for them. And so as part of these overarching solutions, we have to get away from criminalizing people because of the conditions that they're in. It doesn't solve the problem. It perpetuates the problem, and it perpetuates violence.
All right, everybody. So that was an independent journalist. I think it was Shannon Lockett. You can see their stuff there. I put it in the chat. We're gonna go back to the audio of what's going on the ground here. We'll start with Shannon Lockett, who you're just listening to in that report. Hopefully, giving a little more context to what's going on right now, as the Mni Luzahan patrol has now taken and made the Mni Luzahan camp. You can see the information in the chat to go look up and read about what's been going on with the Creek Patrol and how they're trying to help houseless relatives there in Rapid City. Right now, the police have shown up to the camp, And we're going to cut back to the audio now.
Right. And people die of exposure every year. I was only able to find 7 news articles, but like I know there's more. Like since I've lived here since I'm 10, like in the last 7 years or the last 5 years, 7 people have died from exposure in the news articles that I found. And then just last week, somebody died of what was reported as exposure and health complications. And so these teepees here, 4 of them were put up on public space for homeless people to stay at, right? Because Creek Patrol's been going around. We've been passing out blankets. Like, there's never enough blankets. Blankets get confiscated by the police when they get taken to detox, right? And so we always have to find new donations. Oh, sorry, I thought that was my mom's crib being towed. I don't think it is. But yeah, so anyway, that's what's been going on. It's been like really complicated. People if they go and stay, 17 officers, president, city, yes, thanks, Mike. Yeah, so the city and the police department are both like, they've both met with Creek Patrol, but nothing's been done to actually like help house people. Their options are to go to detox with the city, and then they get out a couple of days later. Or one night later. I'm not 100% sure if that's an option. And then the other option is to go to the homeless shelters. And the shelters you have to be sober to go to, and you have to either pay $7 a night or do sweat equity to make up for the price. And so, like, if somebody isn't sober and they don't want to go to detox, they have nowhere to go except for the streets. Those are the people, mainly the unhoused people, that we've been, like, passing out snacks to and checking in on and solving disputes with without the cops involved. And we've had, like, people coming around and, like, harassing, right? And, like, had to report some assaults from outsiders to the cops. So it's just a big mess. This is, like, basically what led up to this night. The mayor said that he wouldn't support a tent city, said that he would support a tiny house structure, didn't make any plans on the tiny house structure. And so this isn't even a tent city. These are just 4 teepees, and there was a feed going on earlier. Things are being blessed. They're using the, I'm so sorry, I forgot the word, the Religious Freedom Act, the Native American Religious Freedom Act, I think, from the federal government, to actually make a point of why it's legal for them to be here, right? And there were ceremony, there were prayer bags being made earlier. Everything that they're saying is true. And then one of the organizers actually found specifically that the police showed up and they said that this isn't a floodplain, that this is a flood hazard. I think it's the word hazard zone. And so it's on public land, but it's a flood hazard zone. So they're saying that temporary structures aren't allowed. But the organizer found something from a real estate agent in Rapid City, and like also there's buildings like right next door, right? Found something from a real estate agent in Rapid City, and that real estate agent like sent him a map showing that like this is an okay spot for something like temporary structures. I don't remember the exact wording. But that was another dispute. He's like, this is a loophole. The police were unwilling to call the engineer or the city and like actually talk about it, and instead said like if things weren't removed tonight there were going to be arrests. So yeah, it's basically what we're on. If you guys do have any more questions, I'm just kind of rolling around here.
If you just joined right now, no, this is a grassroots action that's happening all about the creek, trying to build a camp for the houseless folks there.
The group is still just back here doing their thing. We got people taking notes.
On the Indian
I'm not going to show it to you at this point.
Amplify it.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like that space is probably not exactly for me right now, but again, that's inner details of what's going to happen and the organizers making plans for the night. Yeah. No, if you want to get a lawyer here, Dustin, like, feel free to send one. I'm going to come over here and check to see. Hey, did you want to do an update? Sorry, your camera's facing that way. Oh.
So I told, but my phone's on that, so I told everybody to go to your page that we're following.
So right now, all the
We switched the audio to the Lakota Law Project. And then it looks like that went down, so we're going to go back to Shine and Lock It and see if we can bring that back up.
Yeah, so the idea of the tiny home enclosure, Michelle Shaw, is that it would actually be funded by these grassroots organizations, and it would not be funded by the city, right? It would just need a land to be ordinated. So, like, yeah, nothing, you're right, about this would be funded by the city. Yep.
During the, I think it was 82, 83, when they launched Keeley Radio. Porcupine at the high school, at Porcupine in the gymnasium. It was such a beautiful ceremony they had here today. We didn't film any of it, but they all sat around in a circle here in the middle of the teepees, and they prayed and they talked about how long this fight has been going on. How long they've been just trying to get land back, to have something here and to have some sense of life in the Black Hills. Land back. And it's now about the homeless. It's the perfect example. They're off the res. They're here trying to survive. They have no place here. They don't fit into any of the institutions. They can't make it in the standard missions. They have nowhere to go, and they've been told to go home, and that's precisely where they are, is home. It's going to change.
This is the Lakota Law Project right now, who is also live on the ground.
And this right here, this camp was a beautiful example of the kind of how they fed them, and they put up the teepees, and the children were playing, and they talked about the problems, and they talked about what this meant, and they talked about how this is a stand for the ancestors, that the ancestors stood for this, and that's why they're here. That's why they even have, they're not just something in a book. They're not just a mascot for a football team or a basketball team. God bless the resistance. Oh, we're doing a double. We're doing a double whammo here. Yeah.
So, yeah, Chuck shares these videos with me sometimes.
Those are the two streams we're watching.
Working with the Lakota Law Project on a lot of things.
What do you? This is amazing.
What, this?
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I heard them say. I heard of the corner of my.
Again, a lot of the
corner about LRADs. I don't know if they're going to bring sound stuff. Do they have
a lot of the houseless folks too are veterans of the United States military.
But they got the mass arrest van out ready to go.
Is that what that is? That might be.
Oh, yeah, that's what that is.
Paddy wagon.
That's so you can arrest multiple people at once. Actually, and they're bringing more cop cars down that way, too.
So, China, while we're going, tell us again what your stream and what you've got so people can go find you.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the Independent Media Project. I'm a former public radio journalist, and now we're doing freelance journalism. Me and my friend, who's a former newspaper journalist. Are hooking up with each other
and
in a professional manner. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
And what do they go to find it right now? So people go
oh my god, it's the Independent Media Project. We're hooking our brains up with each other.
And that's the one on the left that we're watching right now. Media Project. So that's it. Now because these two streams are just
gonna turn off this
so you're
light
watching
now.
both of them interact right now. The people who are walking around on the ground in Rapid City are showing you what's happening.
I saw the signal and like.
Okay, Jen, what's going on?
We're just talking about waiting for the chief of police to come to start a negotiation with Grandpa Kodok and the elders, and then we'll go from there. But so far, they made a group for the arrestees and then the non-arrestees. But there's a camp on the north side camp. There's one man in there. There was more men in there that were sleeping. But the one, he said he didn't want to leave because he's warm and he feels safe. So that's the camp that they're going to surround the arrestees all night. While we take these three other structures down.
So you've been out here.
Mm-hmm.
You've been out here. You've been on the ground. You've been living out here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell what's it like? And what does this cap represent compared to what it's like? What did it feel like this afternoon? But tell me first what it's like for the homeless here in Rapid.
For the homeless, it is very, very scary in a way where we know there are many white men, people, such as not even white men, young
The vast majority of houseless relatives are veterans. Native Americans actually enlisted the highest rate per capita than any other ethnicity in the United States. Those enlistment rates actually increased during World War I when the U.S. government asked for the children of leaders to enlist. In exchange, they would give them back their land back. Obviously, it's not happened. Right now, people have taken action to reclaim that land, set up an encampment to help houseless folks along the creek. Yeah, so if you want to look at those feeds, they're there. Again, look at the description, www.campmniluzahan.org. It's in the chat, it's in the description. I'm going to go ahead and listen.
So, we got a song going here. They're getting ready. I guess the chief of police is still showing up. Maybe the mayor will show up. I'm moving over to my police lighting. There we go. That's my lighting from police cars. And I guess the way this is going to be is they're all lined up here. I think they're waiting for a police chief to come and show up, and they're gonna have some discussions. And it's not, from what I can tell, there's going to be no budging whatsoever on them being able to stay the night here, and they'd rather go until 1 or 2 in the morning and take them down. And they've decided who's going to be arrested. They decide who's willing to be arrested so that there can be cases in court, because this goes on every night. People get cleared out, their sleep beds get taken, they get thrown away. I said earlier in this live stream, there, thousands of dollars of blankets and sleeping bags come, and they're given to them. I was around the night I arrived on this last trip here, which was about two or 3 weeks ago. No, it was actually earlier when my wife and I came out here. They gave out like 30 sleeping bags and blankets, and within 2 days they were gone because they roused them. They say you can't stay in the park, you can't sleep after 10. They arrest them, or they take them to care centers, and they can't deal with sleeping bags because of COVID and things. So basically they throw everything out. So they're continually asking for blankets and sleeping bags and tents, and here they are with the winter coming. There's no solution permitting-wise that's going to get them any kind of facility. There's no building in place. The only option is their care center, which is, again, operated by non-native people, and it has the mission, the Cornerstone mission operates on the 2nd floor so they can get counseling from missionaries, and then, and get some help. But also, for a lot of them, they're not interested in getting counseling from religious groups. What is that about? Seriously, why don't they just get counselors, get native people, get facilities that are native run, give them the money. Don't just give them to faith-based groups and missionaries and basically people who don't,
That's the Dakota Law Project right now.
What Jen was saying on this thing is that there's one facility where you have to be drunk to get a bed.
I'm gonna, this so people know we're gonna be switching back and forth between different audios. Right now, again, this encampment is surrounded by police. They're trying to force it out of there. The encampment was set up to help the houseless relatives who have been there for a long time right now, and are being helped with food and resources. The police are threatening to get rid of all of it. The houseless folks, again, a lot of indigenous folks, the relatives are a lot of veterans who enlist at a higher per capita, and Native Americans enlist at a higher rates per capita than any other ethnicity. And those enlistment rates, they went up after World War I when the U.S. government asked for the children of leaders to enlist. In exchange, it would give them their land back. That hasn't happened. People are trying to help people right now, again. And the impacts and the level of trauma that they occurred was not known, when they enlisted. But coming back to our communities with that trauma, and with no service, has led to houselessness, addiction, and so on. And people, again, our relatives are trying to help each other going out there helping this camp come up. And right now we're just trying to bring this to you live. You can see the information in the description to learn more about the encampment itself. It is a grassroots effort that's going on right now, a land back effort going on in South Dakota, Rapid City, South Dakota. I'm going to go ahead to go to the audio on Channel Locket. If you have anything, drop it in the chat. I am watching the chat. Thanks everyone here who's joining. And here is that audio now.
Right away. Mike, pull that name out of the comments, please, and only leave the link. And no name, please, Mike. Pull that out of the comments. But yeah, I mean, this started at 5. It was a feed. They set up the teepees. No one was here. It was a feed. And now it's all this.
Racism! Homeless people you're trying to take out! Homeless!
Got Muffy Musso over here. And I have heard police officers with Muffy will either say, I talked to you, we had a good conversation, or they'll say that she's going to start trouble or something along the lines of that. But they'll say it in the same breath to individual police officers. So, I mean, she's been a professional organizer. She brought same-sex marriage legalization, her and her wife did, Muffy and Felipa, to the Pine Ridge Reservation. They're working to do others. So they are well-known organizers. And I'm not exactly sure what the relationship that the police are mentioning is all about. And like, as we're speaking too, there's like definitely more cars pulling in. There's an undercover cop car over there. You can see the lights on inside. So it's another one back there. I don't know how many of these are like actually all police officers, except for the marked cars that I see. Over there. I'm gonna walk over to Muffy and like record a little bit of her real quick. Double live stream. Hey, Muffy, I'm gonna record you a little bit.
Defund the Rapid City Police and Pennington County Police, picking on poor, homeless Native Americans. Sad, it's shameful to see the cops standing there. Shame! Shame! I hope you don't teach your kids this, because you're teaching racism! 2020, this is racism! And you're wrong! You're on stolen land!
So, it sounds like the Creek Patrol is talking about the media. So it's problematic that the police sent the media over to the other side for several reasons. Number one, they don't get a full story. Number two, they're actively telling them they can't stand on public land and record like what's happening and get you inside details. Which, I mean, the assumption is by me staying here. Hey, how are you? I love your coat. It looks so warm and cozy. The assumption is by me staying here that I'm putting myself in harm's way, but that's not how journalism works. I'm on public land, I'm recording. It's not a crime scene that I'm involved with. I've been here since it started, actually, today. Yeah, we got big groups back here. So, I don't know. I'm a little bit sketched out. Whenever they ask journalists to move over to a different section, that's a weird sign, because at the Keystone protest I was told specifically that I could not cross the line of cops, as in one of my live videos, because if I was to cross the line I wouldn't be allowed to come back through the barrier. So I had to make a decision whether or not I wanted to stay and actually cover the protesters and get the story, or go stand behind the cops and not be able to get close enough to see or do anything, which is not how journalism is supposed to work. From, you know, what I learned in school, what I studied as a journalist at a public radio station for, 4.5 years, including my internship. So the police did put the journalist over there. Hopefully, I believe the Indian Collective is sending some smokes. Sorry, not Indian Collective. I'm at the wrong event right now. Hopefully, Camp Mni Luzahan. That's who it is. So this event is Camp Mni Luzahan. I misspoke. Hopefully, they're sending some people over there to go and interview with the journalists, some spokespeople, because yeah, those journalists aren't getting anything. And it's because they were specifically asked to go over there. And it's not like the cops told me that they moved the journalists there. The only reason I know that is because I was within earshots and I heard them telling one of the journalists who I gave my recording gear to, not my recording gear, like my tripod and stuff so she could record, he told her to go way back there. So her gear right now isn't even like that good, so it's hard to get up close and get a story like this. And so they're basically succeeding in banning journalists from doing their job and getting the whole story by pushing them way out there on the corner behind the line of cops. Again, it's not the first time it's happened in South Dakota. Okay. I'm pretty sure that we can handle the... Sorry, I'm going to respond directly to this. Lawn, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the vehicle towing is kind of a given. Like, obviously, you leave your vehicle here, there's going to be an excuse if somebody can find one to get it towed. Having your vehicle, like, moved if you get sent to jail because the police have said that they're going to make arrests, is like not a possibility right now for many of the protesters, as you can see. So I would suggest, if you guys are able to, the more money, like, pass on the word for this, get out our donation button as much as possible for Camp Mni Luzahan. What is it? ML Legal Fund. Michael Anderson has posted links. Then that's going to be the best way for us to get some money if anybody's car does get towed, because I'm pretty sure it's like, what, $100 or $200 to get it out of impound, and not everybody has that. No, Kim, you're good. So yeah, ML Legal Fund. If Michael Anderson just posted it again, if we can get money to that account, and we get enough excess, I'm guessing that they'll be able to get some cars out of impound for people.
Tomorrow, you guys rest well. Doctor,
guys, good seeing you.
Let me go back here. Hey, who's handling legal funds?
We made a website, and then I think... Are you on?
Carissa? I'm facing away, and so yeah, not too many details. I just had somebody bring up a good point, like if there's cars left here, so like if people get arrested, they're likely going to be towed.
Yeah,
so
they're getting everyone's car keys so that they're making arrangements if your car is here and you're getting arrested.
Okay, cool, sweet. So, and if somebody's car does get left behind, can we possibly have somebody pull that out of the legal fund if we have excess?
I would think so, but I'm not in charge of that.
Okay, cool.
That seems like the sort of thing that's for them.
Where's she? Oh, there she is. Hey, Carissa. So I have people asking about, so if somebody's car does get here, I know we have arrangements, I just talked to Katie, get left here though and does get towed, if we get enough excess in the legal fund, do you think it's possible if we like use that excess to tow people's cars out or get them out of impound?
I'm not, I would, it's for the bail funds for anything related to the...
So that would fall under it? I'm just trying to spread the word about donations on this live, but it's still rolling too, so don't say anything too detailed.
Yeah, there's a board of people that are like officially making decisions about it.
Yes.
That's not me, but the language says it's for all care for the arrestees.
Perfect, awesome. Maybe I should give my keys to my mom. Okay.
I feel the rain coming, which is weird.
Thank you for bringing that up. Hey. So yeah, it definitely does sound that way. If I get arrested, will you take my car keys and my car? I don't want it moved right now, but like if I get arrested, if I don't, are you going to be here the whole time?
Where's your park?
What's the weather report say?
Consulting with the Weather Channel right now, sir. Showers in the vicinity feels, well, rain shower feels like 46. 90% chance throughout the evening. Overnight turns to 40% chance.
Okay, so we got raindrops. It's coming down a little bit heavier here. There was your update from local police, consulting his weather app. Okay, that's a boat over there. Okay. And I go kind of look and see where my car is. It's on the other side of that white van. Make sure it's okay. I'll have to get and find out, you know, like, whoops, your car is gone. Okay, there's my car. It's over there. Oh, this is some different lighting. Here we go. Let's see how this is. Here we go. Oh, nice. Nice lighting. Mni Luzahan, for sure. Police lighting. It's cheap. Costs the city a lot. Remember I was saying it's 15 million. $15 million a year the city spends on homeless. And as Mayor Allender said, you know, they go out and have to deal with the homeless, break up fights, you know, investigate people frozen to death, you know, risk. Anyway, $15 million, half of the law enforcement and the fire department's budget goes to dealing with homeless. And you'd think they'd have a solution. If they gave these people $1 million, holy mackerel, would they solve this problem?
You're shot, I shot, and they're not allowed to interview if they're out there.
Police officers are going to treat the people here. That's
Nick.
what you're worried about that. Let them in here, man.
Nick.
Why don't you let the press in here?
Nick.
And they said the chief of police isn't coming now because it's not his job, is what they decided.
You are out on bond right now. Okay? You
don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell me shit, man.
So do you want to?
That was incredibly patronizing.
That would be interesting. Someone who is watching, is the audio okay? Can you hear me when I'm talking and explaining things? No. 15 million. They spend 15 million a year. Half of their budget of the police and fire department combined goes to deal with the homeless. That's a yes on the audio. Okay, because I'm worried about a microphone, but as long as you can hear me, that's good. And I'm trying to keep close to the mic. I'll tell you, you'll be able to hear it when the shit hits the fan over here. And just saying, they could have like said, look, you guys stay here tonight. Everything will be fine. We'll come in the morning. We'll sit down and discuss and figure it out. But it's like, no, no, there's laws being broken. It would be so much more fun on a Friday night. They'd have more food. People be able to sleep, and here it is just like trauma zone. Oh yeah, that's how we'll sort everything out. We'll just create massive trauma and spend probably $30,000-$40,000 tonight. Probably spend overtime. Ooh, there's things going on over here. Let's see what's going on. Here we go.
Okay, who in there has COVID right now?
A lot of our relatives.
Okay, let's separate the folks that have COVID into one area and we can work on that problem.
Nobody's going to take them.
Okay,
It's already been
Nick. Okay. This is not about quarantining. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, I'm done arguing. The agreement's been made that when the tents are down, the police department will leave. And they don't go back up, Nick. And the
accredited organizations. They're not freelancing from accredited local organizations, so they cannot come over here. And if anyone has to interview, they have to go way out there, and that's not correct. That's not how it's supposed to be.
They don't come back up. Take them somewhere.
Yeah, we'll take one teepee down at a time, and that's what we'll do.
Well, let's start.
Yeah,
We'll start when we're ready to start.
No, that's okay.
Just hold on a second.
Let's let the nation know what you guys do here.
We're gonna go invite the press in.
Okay.
And once the press comes in, and we let them know what we were trying to do here to provide housing to people who don't have housing. That's what this is.
You and I both know this is not about housing. This is a protest.
He's saying this is a protest and not about housing.
You causing a protest.
This is James John, the chief of patrol, who's been to patrol meetings and knows all the stuff, has been briefed on everything. I've heard about his personal conversations. I've been in private meetings with him, saying that this is a protest and not about the homeless.
Violated today. Anyway,
they need
to
to
be
come
clear, that's what we're going to do. We're going to invite the press in. We're going to describe what happened here, and then the press is going to stay while we're taking the teepees down.
Okay, let's get them down.
We will, as soon as we talk to them.
If you let them come through, why don't you just let them come through?
If you want to go invite him over, send somebody over there and invite him over.
So the press are being invited over. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, hey girl. I'm China. You need a briefing? I'm China. I'm the one that does, hang on, the lives. Do you need a briefing? Because they're just about to let the press over here. Do you want to go over?
Yes.
It's a good time to walk over. The people who are going to do interviews are grabbing the media and bringing them over here right now.
Where are we going to set up that?
I'm going to guess that it's going to be right over here with the police and the teepees in the background.
Okay, I'm just trying to my code.
Is it, which one is it?
Dummy.
Oh, she's one of them over there. She's running with her cell phone right now.
Yes.
And I set up, so
Okay.
she'll be right over. Yeah. Okay, so that was insane that an argument about having to take down teepees in order to let, like, journalists over was a thing. Like, guys, like, I studied this. This is my old field before I quit for a nonprofit. And that's not, I don't think that's legal. It's definitely an infringement on, like, journalistic integrity or something, right? How are you supposed to get an ethical story if you can't get both sides because the cops are keeping you way out there?
Yeah, we should bring all our kids and put them right here. It'll be the next generation of police officers.
Mike, it's, you know, that's what the conversation said, Mike. So if we go over here, we have Creek Patrol actually walking a group of journalists over, right? Because they have to escort them themselves because the police would not let them up near the stuff to tell the story, which is super wild to me. Looks like we got 2 stations here. Yeah, yo. Like, that was wild. That shouldn't be a compromise that has to happen. I'm gonna stay in on this interview. And again, that's Chuck from the Code of People's Law Project, but this is important. I want to restate that the police said there's enough cameras. It's not just that the police, it's Chief of Patrol, James John, said there's enough cameras over here anyway without the press, like, and they did send them away. They also said that the chief of police would be coming, and they reneged that too. So I'm gonna walk with these guys on their press tour. Hey, somebody suggested that you take the teepee dust down and put them in the chief's yard. It's private property.
Is this too bright? Is this light too bright to shine kind of as we go?
You want me to?
I would kind of like
found housing for people who do not have anywhere to stay when it gets freezing cold tonight. And I hope that's on all of your consciences.
My 10-year-old son goes to bed thinking about these homeless. And we go out and we feed them when they're in camps. We've donated blankets, and he's 10 years old, and I'm instilling compassion into him. And you guys don't even have that? Shame on you. All they do is steal. Protecting and serving, you are not. You are being bullied to our people.
So that's kind of the line right now. And if you go down here inside where the tents are, they do have one journalist coming out here for an interview. Hey, baby. They do have one journalist coming down here for an interview. Hermes is saying that they did a good thing, set up housing and brought unhoused people food.
They say this is about having structures up. On the other side of the Journey Museum, there were no structures, but they still confiscated all these people's stuff, all their blankets, all their possessions. And then they arrested everyone and sent them to detox and safe bed and jail. So it's not about structures.
All right, and so this is a little bit of an eerie feeling here now. So there's 4 teepees back here behind me still. That scene is the same. We have journalists from Coda Kevin over there setting up. One of the journalists who was like told to go stand on the corner, and that wasn't just like a little 5 minutes and oh, we shouldn't have done that. That was like 30 minutes of negotiating tactic from the cops about that, which is I don't think that's legal. Hey, he's right over here. You want to come jump in? Okay.
This is
Okay. What did you? Okay. So, hey, Mark, can these guys jump in on an interview with you guys too? Okay. It's starting to rain. There's a haze from the and there's a haze from the sage that's over there reflecting into the police lights. Journalists are finally through.
I can bring mine down if you need. I turned mine off, so I think we're good with one night. And then do you want to just hold these just together, like in the same hand, or?
Again, thanks for joining. Right now we are observing what's going on in Rapid City, South Dakota, with the Mni Luzahan patrol set up an encampment for houseless relatives. The vast majority of them being veterans in Rapid City. Native Americans by per capita enlist in the military at a higher degree than any other ethnicity. Right now we're going to listen to these interviews. Again, thanks for being here. Look at that website in the description to learn more about this camp that's happening in Rapid City, South Dakota.
What's been going on? First of all, when did this all start?
That's a very interesting question. This iteration has started over the summer with the deaths of our unhoused relatives along Rapid Creek.
All right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so also talking about what happened today. So what's going on now?
So we came over. We chose a spot of land that the mayor agreed on back in the meeting a couple weeks ago. And he said this was okay, this spot. He told in the meeting and on camera that this was a good spot. And so we brought these teepees in to house and provide a warm place for our relatives out here for them to sleep. and to be safe and away from the way the police treat them. They've been brutally beaten. They have been picked on, kicked while they're sleeping by washichus and other people that go along and pick on them. So what we did was we've been out here patrolling the creek just to provide a protection and safety for them. And so the winter's coming in, that storm's gonna hit. So we brought them a warm place to sleep. And these homes we brought in. And now the police are going back on their word. The mayor, they're saying the mayor didn't say all this and that, but we have him on camera.
Oh yeah, no.
They're trying to make this a bureaucratic issue about permits, about zoning. We're not in the floodplain. This is zoned as light industrial. We're next to 2 other buildings. Subaru dealerships over there, city properties over there.
So I have another quick question. So I spoke with Captain James Johns, and he mentioned that there were other options because he's saying that these structures have to be taken down tonight. So, so what about other places you all can stay? Is there not? Has no one tried going anywhere else?
The journey, and then talk maybe about the shelters.
Yeah. We had a more or less, I guess you could call it a gentleman's agreement with the police that they would no longer be doing the police harassment policy of pushing, which is continuously moving the homeless along while they're trying to sleep. That's been a standard practice for many, many years. Literally telling people to move on when they know these people have no place to go. So we made a gentleman's agreement that process, that policy would stop, and that people over on the far side of the Journey Museum could have a place to lie down and sleep. While we were in the middle of a meeting with the mayor, the police came and started loading up relative stuff. And when people tried to say, "Don't take my stuff," they were arrested. A bunch of them were taken to detox, to safe bed, wherever. And so the idea that this is about structures is a lie. We had a spot that didn't have any structures, and they still moved them on. This is about not addressing the homeless issue in Rapid City. This is about not respecting Indigenous land or Indigenous people. We were trying to solve the problem. We brought homes for people to be in. And we want to build tiny homes, and we want to bring in tiny homes for them to live and have warmth, safety, and dignity. For some reason, this city is hell-bent on making sure homeless people suffer if they're not sober. Most of the city apparatus is set up to aid homeless folks who are sober.
So are the shelters only for those who are sober? Is that what part of the issue is?
That's part of one of the large issues, yeah.
Is that if they're not sober that they can't stay at the shelters, so the only place they can stay is on the streets essentially?
There are places that have, I think, between 17 and 30 beds. It fluctuates depending on how much you need, but a place called Safe Bed, another one Detox, and the rest is just jail.
There's none available tonight.
Tonight, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a couple calls made by some of the relatives, and there's no beds available at either the Mission or at Safe Bed.
Can you repeat that one more time?
There's a call made out by some of the relatives, and there's no place for them in Safe Bed or at the Mission. At the Mission, you have to be sober to be there. At Safe Bed, you have to be intoxicated, but not too intoxicated. Otherwise, you go to detox. Now, whenever you get to detox, then you have to stay in there and do the evaluations and all that. So, going back to speak on this is part of a greater plan, and the tiny homes, and this is just the first step to helping solve the issue, which is a greater goal, and providing them a building, a place, a structure they can come and go. And later on, help build them and build their self-esteem up and help them get into an apartment and then maybe a home later on for their family. There's women and children out here. They have nowhere to go. The police don't care. They keep pushing them and pushing them. And they say they're going to leave them alone, but they have not done so.
And is there anything else? Is there anything else that you guys would like to say? Is there anything that people need to know about this?
The first snow is
anything
coming
else
this
going
weekend too.
The first snow is coming. We need warm places. We need safe places for our people to live. When the city did not provide that, we stepped up to do so. Well, I want people to know that Lakota people have an inherent right to be here, that we have a treaty right to be here, and we have a civil right to be here, all which have greater precedent over a city zoning or happen to be a police policy. Lakota people have been living in teepees along Rapid Creek since there's been Lakota people or a Rapid Creek. And somehow, on this day, it's a problem. The police can simply go home and we can have people be warm tonight. It's cold right now. And our relatives who had a warm place to stay, they're walking around in the rain. Anything to add?
What do you imagine will happen if the snow comes and there's no warm housing?
People will die.
People will die like they've been dying for years.
This is a life and death issue. And the mayor has said in a lot of different ways that it's a regrettable thing, but inevitable, that people are going to die out here. We're not even asking him to solve the problem, but get out of the way. And he says he wants to work with us. And then during the meeting where we're meeting with the mayor, they come and raid the fucking sleeping area on the far side of the journey. He's not operating in good faith. And I know it's easy to say, oh, they're just being racist, but this is actually direct, targeted policy against homeless people. His attitude about racism and his attitude towards Native Americans and Lakota people, that's icing on the cake. Karen, would you like to say something? You don't have to. I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Hey guys, they said when the media leaves, they're going to raid. So you guys know, beware.
The cops are actually coordinating is the word that I'm getting right now, and they're saying that they're getting ready to come over here. So I don't know what the deal is with that because Camp Mni Luzahan just made an agreement that they could do interviews first, and then that they could walk away and take down the teepees. So I mean, if the cops do come over here, that specifically was the agreement to bring the journalists over here. So.
Right, so we're not out here trying to fight anybody. We actually do our best to de-escalate violence, to de-escalate fighting, so that people can, I know it's hard to be safe, but at least live a safer life out here. And we're trying our best and we need more help. And the police, sometimes the best thing they can do is leave people alone. And today's not one of those days.
No day is one of those days for this police department and the city. They've targeted, and they keep saying that they're going to do this and that, and then they back out on their word and go totally opposite of what they promised they're going to do. So we're just trying to make sure our relatives are safe, a warm place. They have nowhere to go. And if people come out and help us out and see what we see every night, to protect them, to see what they go through, these police don't care. The mayor doesn't care. He tells us one thing and then goes to another.
Can you tell us what they go through?
There's women being raped. They don't turn it into the police.
Because they don't care.
They rape them in broad daylight and the police don't do nothing. And these women tell you straight out. You ask them, can we help you make a police report? Can we help you get some counseling? Can we help you find somebody to get this out so the right people could be prosecuted?
But they won't turn in anything because they've been told by some police officers, we don't have no evidence. People die out here on this creek. People die out here in the streets. They die, and the police department say it's due to exposure.
Oh, it sounds like police are calling this an unlawful assembly, and I believe that information is coming in on a chat from one of my friends who listens to the police scanner.
They accused us of protesting.
Oh, sorry.
During the interview, they're calling us a protest.
No, it's not.
This is a place to sleep.
It started out as a feed too, right?
Like we move, like there's a feed that's been going on out here for years, and we asked them to bring it over here so that like the food, like the idea is we have food, housing, sanitation, all in one spot, in one location, where people can be warm and safer. And this is not a protest. We're simply providing, we're attempting as relatives to provide for our other relatives when the city and the police and the state and the government refuses to. And we're out here on public land.
So I'm sure more of us are going to lose. We've lost enough.
I saw one of them go up in a half an hour.
Yeah, they take longer to take down.
Okay.
That's just the reality. We're going to start taking the teepees down.
Start the process.
We are. That's
Okay.
what I came over here to tell you. Chill out, man.
No, I'm telling you right now,
No.
Nick, this has been a problem, and I can guarantee you, if people start getting arrested, I will arrest you. Okay?
You ain't arresting me.
Your bond will get revoked.
You know what?
And you will go to jail.
You're not arresting me because I'm not doing nothing illegal.
Go take him.
I'm not doing anything
Go take
illegal.
him down.
That's what we're doing. That's what I came over here to tell you.
Go. There's a deadline. Let's go.
What's the deadline?
I want to see some progress on these coming down.
That's why I just now came over here to tell you, man.
Then go do it.
Yeah, we will.
Go.
You guys stay the fuck over here.
Okay.
We're gonna record. We're gonna record.
This isn't the answer, JJ.
People are addressing
We're gonna
the
start.
police.
We're gonna start taking down.
This isn't the right.
The police are saying I need to see progress.
They said if they're not down in an hour, they're going to call an unlawful assembly.
Right. Okay, so they were calling an unlawful assembly if they're not done in an hour, so correction to that.
Make sure that that you record. You record us taking down the teepees because he said if we start taking down the teepees down, it's marked. We got 1 hour.
He also said you guys could do an interview with the media and then take them down, and now he has successfully interrupted that interview with the media after pushing them out to the end.
So we'll start to take the teepees down.
About 1 hour to take them all down.
Yeah.
1 hour to take them all down.
Yeah, anybody who's watching, you can see the information on the top left of the feeds is where they're coming from. China Locket and the People's Law Project. Our people are on the ground right now. We are just bringing those together so you can see what's happening.
Shit? Where'd you hear that?
I heard it out of his mouth. I was just live streaming. He
So-
said if he's going to hold Nick responsible, and if there's not progress, he's going to revoke his bond.
Can you just say this here yourself? This is, again, the Lakota People's Law Project, Chuck Banner.
So just there filming, I just want you to know that Nick is facing from the July 3rd incident at Rushmore. He's facing criminal prosecution. And the police, is that JJ?
Yeah, that's James John,
JJ
the
just
patrol
basically
chief.
said that he was going to hold Nick responsible, once again singling him out. He basically said if there's not progress, he was going to arrest him and he was going to revoke his bond. So
He said he was going to arrest him personally, is what he told me.
Yeah. So anyway, just know that that's at stake, folks. That
Okay.
they're threatening Nick.
Nick Tilson isn't a part of the Mni Luzahan Creek Patrol. Indian Collective isn't affiliated with this. That's just an individual who's here. That is not the leader. There's a group specifically that comes together on consensus who, I mean, I'm not going to even tell you how large it is, but I can tell you for a fact, Nick Tilson's not in it. Nick Tilson has his own organization. Nick Tilson's bond is from an actual protest. This is not a protest. And that is wild to assume that he is the leader of this and throw it all on him, especially with no evidence. Like, that makes literally no sense. Anyway, here's the cop scene over here. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We got a van. they're prepared to call it an unlawful assembly. We got some people who are up here watching the cops. I was specifically asked to record them taking the teepees down, but like, this is insane. Like, I've seen like 4 deals get broken already within the span of, what time is it, Kyle? Can you check your phone? What time is it? Oh, Mom, what time is it? Oh, okay, this guy's got it. 8:06? It's only 8:06? So, okay, thanks. It has only been like 3.5 hours since they set up for their weekly fee. Set up some teepees for people to sleep in. Okay, I'm coming with Mark Tilson. But yeah, this has only been 3.5 hours, guys. There's 20 cops out here. As soon as the cops came, as soon as they came, it escalated. And I'm obviously not making this up. It's been live like the whole time. Because before this, the reason I wasn't live like before they showed up is because it was chilling. I was taking pictures.
Going down.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's, I guess that's like documentation, right? Let me pull this down and see. Got 19% battery life. Yeah, but we've seen deals. Yeah. And now we got the local media out there, but there's so many things that were done incorrectly, like, and that were like aggressive and escalated within 3 hours. And I mean, every time I show up at Creek Patrol and there are police, things escalate. Like, it's not something that they're making up. It's not a, oh, the police are horrible. It's every time they show up, situations escalate. They've met with the city, they've met with the department. There hasn't been a change yet. It's just wild. Oh, here, I'm gonna turn this around, guys.
Last frontier. Oh yeah. That's Wild West. Well done, thank you.
Yeah.
No, that didn't go personal. Where's the...
Yeah, so Michael Anderson is here posting links. You can support both the camp, which we hope to, I don't know, I'm not going to say anything. Just, it was a camp for a day. And then you can support legal actions, legal funds. I'm not sure if there will be any, but again, if Chuck Banner from the Code of People's Law Project is standing over by James John, the patrol chief, and it's Chuck Banner, a journalist who does documenting and reporting like this, who is very trustworthy and helped me report on that LGBTQIA plus marriage story and is always sharing his video with me from the Code of People's Law Project, is telling me something. I'm gonna believe it. Like, this guy is legit. Tells me that he heard James John blame this on Nick Tilson, say he was going to personally arrest Nick Tilson and take away his bond. Like, that really happened. And if that really happened, that's wildly inaccurate. He's not even a member of Creek Patrol. He's not even with the organization. He just is a person here tonight, a random person here tonight. And I mean, maybe he found a loophole. Maybe that's because he's smart. So yeah, it's wild. Okay, and yeah, please feel free to share this out, because this is crazy.
Thank you. Take 4 hours to come down.
Yeah, it took a while to put them up. I think an hour might be rushing it. You want to add anything, Ben? Okay.
Do you think if it was white people that did this shit, do you think they would do this?
Nope.
Seriously?
Nope, not at all.
White people that did this, we wouldn't have this going on. This is so wrong.
Hey, is there any history about taking down, you don't have to have your face on or your name acknowledged, but any history about
See me every damn day.
Hey relatives, just wanted to let you know that the grassroots organizers of the Creek Patrol established a camp, Mni Luzahan, specifically to provide shelter, food, and safety. Nick was asked by them as a community person to help have a conversation with the mayor. In that meeting, they discussed this particular piece of land that they're currently on, that we're watching this all unfold on. The conversation was to build tiny houses on that land because it was not in the floodplain and there was access to a fire hydrant. Grassroots community people created a sacred circle of 4 teepees, loaded their chanupas, and prayed. The 4 teepees were for men, women, and medic and security. This is not an Indian action. We simply just support grassroots community organizers. And as you can see, this is still going on and unfolding. The Mni Luzahan Patrol also, their Facebook feeds exist. You should definitely take a look at that. And again, in the description, you see a link to the organization or the page where the information on this camp is at. We're going to go back to the audio of John Luckett.
And so there's been a long history of folks coming here and camping along the creek. And there are 2 very specific examples. So when they built the boarding school over on the west side of Rapid City, many of the family members of the children who were forcibly taken from the reservation and brought up here, the family members would come and they would camp along the creek. And they would wait for their family members. And then later, when that boarding school transitioned into a segregated TB clinic, again, the family members would come and they would continue to camp along that creek. There was a separate camp over, they call it now Founders Park, but it used to be called Oshkosh Camp. And that was, again, another area that folks would camp along the creek. And in the 1950s specifically, the city, almost exactly what's happening here today, the city came and basically said, oh, this is a high crime area, there's a lot of poverty. And so they came and they repeatedly threatened the camp, the folks, the residents living in there, and told them that you need to leave from this area or we're going to remove you. Multiple dates came and went and the city pushed it back, and then eventually in the 50s they came and they cleared out that camp and then later renamed that park Founders Park to whitewash the history of that area.
Right on. And so that's like what, just a 40-year difference?
Yeah.
Nothing's changed? Oh, hang on, let me flip it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one other very important aspect of that history too is that the mayor on Monday went to a remembrance ceremony hosted by another organization here in town and was condemning the actions of those police officers and that mayor. And here we are just a few days later with the mayor and the chief of police.
Oh, the chief's actually, so they were told that the chief officer would be here by James John and the other guy they were negotiating with. And then after like 2 hours, they said he's not coming because we decided it's not his job to be here. And so the police chief was at the walk, the memorial walk, but didn't come here today, even though these protesters were get it, we're specifically told, sorry, that was a joke, they're not protesters, that was a joke, even though they were told specifically that he would be here, they decided to not let that happen.
Yeah, so the important thing though is that when you have the police, the chief of police, when you have the mayor coming in and condemning the actions of the past police force, the past mayors, and then repeat just a few days later, almost the exact same actions. Because again, it's very important to remember that the people here today are camping, like they're homeless, like this is where they need to be. They can't go to the mission because the mission, one, doesn't allow folks who are, they have to be sober, and they split families apart. And so if you have somebody who is not sober and the family doesn't want to leave that person, they now have nowhere to turn to. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it's extremely hypocritical on behalf of the mayor and the police force to come and condemn the very actions that they are enforcing today.
What? Okay, who's telling everybody that? Okay, Lloyd's got it then? Okay, it's not over there, is it? It's back here? Okay, so I'm getting word actually that the SWAT team is right behind me. So, I mean, in the background, they are still taking down those teepees. Okay. This is my unidentified friend behind me. Plan is to move a line across the camp and make arrests. Okay, so I have somebody listening to the police scanner. I'm pretty sure that's where they're getting their info. It might be an insider. But they're like straight up making plans for arrest right now as we speak, as the teepees are coming down. My friend has heard what they are saying and is tipping me off. And then they have SWAT shit back here, dude. Like, SWAT shit for 40 or 50 people. They have the paddy wagon. They have like 20 cops, probably more in the cars, closed off roads for 20 or 30 people, setting up 4 teepees and doing a feed and saying, hey guys, come sleep here. They're also calling it a protest. And look at my first live. My first live showed it wasn't a protest, right? There's a difference between occupying a space and putting up tents and a fucking protest. So, okay, the SWAT part is unconfirmed right now. Okay, there's no SWAT back here. Do they mean over there? That's not SWAT, that's just a van.
Everybody who's listening, I'm going to bring in the police scanner for a second. This is see what's going on.
I think the SWAT thing was a rumor.
You hear that crackling, that's just the police scanner.
Hey,
Independent
you
County
going to look for the SWAT? I didn't see anything.
No.
So I don't know if it's like further back or what.
It's behind the bushes.
Behind the bushes?
In terms of weapons call, we haven't heard anything down here.
Yeah, right? We are wrong.
That's another line of bushes.
Yeah.
No,
No 3049. You can no 3049.
There's no guns here. Like.
Yeah, dude, there's no guns, and literally all it was, oh no,
849, I'm sorry, you're a little 10-1, you want me to go ahead and put you on that weapons
guys,
call?
They have the SWATs, and they're all hidden back here.
10-4,
oh my god! Fuck! How much does that cost taxpayers on top of the fucking paddy wagon? And like the 20 cops, it's a whole department, 30 to 40 people, like, nobody's armed. They were feeding people, and they set up 4 teepees, and dead ass, the squad is here. Oh my god, this is my SWAT language. Sorry, dead ass. Dead ass, the SWAT is here, guys. Okay, so, right over here, holy shit. How bored is Rapid City PD? Oh my god. I'm walking with Mark Tilson so that nothing happens to him. So, this is wild. Is that a city bus?
Yeah, it's a rapid transit.
It's a fucking rapid transit bus. Dead ass! Dead ass! This fucking SWAT has been here, guys, and they're so hidden. I thought they weren't here. Oh my god! Dead ass! Sorry, I'm freaking out. Share this, guys. This is an insane...
I don't think it is SWAT. It looks more like riot cops.
Are they? Isn't...
Yeah.
How do you tell the difference?
The shields? Like the face shield's a big tip-off.
Okay.
And then SWAT operates with like tactical weapons like AR-15s.
Right.
MP9s. And hey, we heard there was SWAT. Yeah, we heard there was SWAT out here, and we just wanted to go check it out. Okay. But it doesn't look like this is a tactical team. It looks like more of a riot cops.
Okay.
How would you describe your unit?
We're just police officers and deputy sheriffs.
Are the configuration
That's not the outfit. There's a clear difference between what we're seeing over there and what we're seeing over here, plus the tactic of hiding.
Like, best of my understanding is we're taking the teepee down. Okay. We're taking the teepees down. I heard there was SWAT over here, and I wanted to let you know that we're not armed.
Okay.
Just to like kind of de-escalate things, because we heard there was SWAT on the other side of the bushes, and that's a really scary thing, you know?
Okay.
How much does this cost? Like, there's like, what, 15 of you guys? So 10, 15?
Is the plan to take the stuff down and then vacate the lot? Is that what?
No. We actually, they told us we have the right to be there.
Okay.
Like, you should probably be communicating with the officers over there.
Okay.
But like,
No, I was just asking, is that your guys' plan? I'm not saying what we want you to do. Is it what's your guys' plan? That's what I was asking.
Whether or not we stay or go, we have the right to be there. You don't have to worry about it. The only issue is the teepees.
Okay. So, answering your question, once the teepees are down, you're probably gonna stay, and you may not. You don't know. Is that what you're saying?
They're going to be under arrest if they stay because it's still public land. That's very illegal because the structures are the problem.
But yeah, you're right.
I mean, are they going to be under arrest if they say? Because, like,
No.
people have been calling this a protest. I'm just getting concerned. Are they going to call it an unlawful assembly if you guys stay? Or are you guys going to call it unlawful?
You guys probably have talked to Captain Johns or the Chief of Police at some point.
Not the chief. You won't bring him down.
Okay. But to Captain Johns, you guys have probably talked to him.
Yeah.
He's probably explained that to you, right? Everything you're asking me.
So if we talk to this guy, you should probably get him on the horn as well. Teepees go down. Anybody who wants to stay gets to stay.
Okay.
And when I heard SWAT, I was imagining a bunch of guys in like FDE with like M4 carbines, and just wanted to say, like, we're not armed. There's no need for all that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yo, so from my experience so far, should we stay with Felipa?
Yeah, let's.
Okay, so from my experience so far, back in the BLM protest, remember, what was that? After George Floyd's murder, like 3 months ago, an unlawful assembly was reason enough to arrest. Like, that was the first arrest incident, guys, that there was. The night that I left early and I had to come back out because there were 5 arrests, and some of those arrests were from things that happened hours before that nobody was warned about before they happened, and like ceased doing as soon as they were warned. It was laying in the street, right? And they specifically cherry picked out just a couple people to arrest for glorified jaywalking, if you watch my coverage, right? And what they said was, this is an unlawful assembly, so because you're in a group, and this was explained to me by, what's his last name? Hey, do you know Eric's last name, the one who's the cop? Yeah.
No, but I know like 5 people who do. Ask Natalie. I think Natalie's watching your feed.
Oh.
I would ask her.
Natalie. I'm asking about Eric. Anyway, so I think it was Eric who told me, if you want to comment his last name, that specifically. Oh shit, guys! Oh shit, they're coming after us. Casually looking in the bush. Are you guys looking for homeless people? Somebody's shooting off fireworks, and that's not helpful. Anyway, there was a gathering on the street, and the cops called it an unlawful assembly, and then Eric said that it was an excusable arrest because it was an unlawful assembly. They were walking around, they were chanting, it was known as a protest. This is not a protest. This is like the furthest thing I've ever covered from a fucking protest that's being called a protest, right? And there's like dead ass, like, 20 cops there. There's still like so many cars here. They're talking on the scanners and wherever else, if it's a tip or what that my friend's hearing, like, and messaging me about, and like making plans to arrest. So the question, I guess, is like, when the teepees come down, are they going to arrest people for an unlawful assembly and call it a protest, although it's not a protest? And the only issue that was brought up by James John, the patrol chief, was that this is unlawful because of the structures in the not floodplain zone, not at all in the floodplain zone, flood hazard zone, I think. So, yo, this is wild. 2 cops behind us. Watch your back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dead ass. Riot cops, not SWAT. He's right. So we got fucking like okay, I don't know how long you guys have been on, but like, this is like, walking back from that, unreal. Literally 4 teepees, now 3. And a feed for the homeless with 30 to 40 people.
think it's also important to note too that the guy was asking about whether or not they were going to take down the teepee, so clearly they're not in communication with each other.
Yeah, well, that's not new. They haven't been in communication. That's, as I pointed out earlier, a problem that we had with one of the officers that showed up at the homeless camp out by the Journey after a tent had been removed, taken down, to talk to the homeless people, I guess. But it was actually the same day when they'd come earlier during the meeting with the mayor and confiscated items. And then, like, there was a dump truck there, a city dump truck, and although there wasn't any, like, video footage of it, Creek Patrol told me, and I mean, I believe the one that told me, that he saw them, like, packing shit up, putting it in a dump. God damn it. Okay, share it out, guys. I know it's Rapid City. It doesn't get a lot of views. Get it out.
Again, relatives, thanks for joining us. The grassroots organizers of the Creek Patrol established the camp Mni Luzahan specifically to provide shelter, food, and safety. It started in prayer. You can see the teepees that were set up. Nick was asked by them as a community person to help have a conversation with the mayor, and that meeting they discussed a particular piece of land that they're currently on. The conversation was to build tiny houses on that land because it was not in a floodplain and there was access to a fire hydrant. Grassroots and community people created a sacred circle of 4 teepees, loaded their chanupas, and prayed. The 4 teepees were for men, women, medic, and security. This is not an Indian action. We simply support grassroots community organizers. This is what's happening right now in Rapid City. You can go And so we're going to bring you back to the audio on the ground.
Everybody will know about it, and there will be no arrests if the teepees come down.
1 second, I'm going to wait for, okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're fine.
Asking if people were going to leave, and I'm seeing that it sounds like you guys are calling it an unlawful assembly, but while I was covering the BLM protest downtown, it was called an unlawful assembly, and Eric, your cop, the plainclothes one with the recorder, was
Yeah, get those guys updated over there, because
they know. Don't worry about that.
No. The reason why I says is, like, my understanding is people who want to stay here can stay here.
Those guys over there know what's going on. Okay?
Just don't want anybody to get anybody head wrapped.
Yo. Sorry, screw me. I'm just a journalist, right? Okay.
You have him on camera saying that he has no idea what's happening.
I also have the other cop on camera explaining it to me. Okay, so that's 10 cars lined up, one over there blocking the road. And then we got, I think that's a bus, I want to say, but I could be wrong, that the riot cops used to come here. We got 2 vans over there. Right, 2 vans for police. We got undercover police car, undercover police car, all over there too. That's 3. So what am I up to? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got 17 down there blocking the road, 18 down there blocking the road with them. And some of these are a mix of sheriff also. We got 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Shit, guys. I want to say those are 24 over there, the black ones, but I don't want to, like, mislead anyone.
There was one over there, and there's also fire department and an ambulance if you look to the parking lot.
Fire department and an ambulance parked over there, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's 23, and then I think I might be missing one back here, but okay, guys, for a fucking feed, a weekly feed that they usually do at another park, and dead ass 4 teepees. There are 23 cop cars, an ambulance, a fire truck. They kick the media to the end of the curb, and there's a fucking riot team. And they're calling it a protest and unlawful assembly. Hopefully, I know that we've heard the conversation happen, like, change last minute a few times. So we did hear earlier that the chief was coming. That was one of the first conversations that they had. James John said that he would call the chief. 2 hours later, he said the chief wasn't coming because it wasn't his job, right? Which, I mean, it's law enforcement, and if everybody's organized, you'd think they'd bring the chief out for this also, especially since the chief has had conversations with Creek Patrol, and some behind the scenes that I've heard about, and since we gave him the number on live, we gave out his cell phone number, so James John and the chief, you can actually find those cell phone numbers on my Facebook page if you want to text or call them. Both know, like, what's been going on, and, like, the chief has more power than James John, and the chief isn't here. Like, we have people calling them, asking questions about their stuff being confiscated, and like this is just wild. Okay, so the 4 teepees that are a huge issue and obviously a massive fucking protest with 30 to 40 people are coming down. One was taken down already. I don't know what kind of taxpayer money this is costing, but guys, this is like, what the shit? I mean, this isn't a protest. I've been to protests. I've covered protests. I've shown you protests. When it's a protest, people say, oh, we're marching in solidarity. It's a protest. You're walking. We're trying to make noise, get attention. These guys literally just feeding people and putting up 4 fucking teepees. This is so crazy. This is crazy, right?
Oh, it's absolutely.
This is insane. Even the media were kicked away, guys. I can't. Sorry, I'm ranting to the Facebook followers about all this crazy shit that's happened. So that is actually somebody that I'm not going to record. So out of respect, I'm going to stay over here. I should probably rant further away from people too. Hey guys.
So finally introducing you guys to. This is Daphne. This is China.
Nice to meet you. There's dead ass like 10 riot gear police back there.
Oh, they have riot gear too?
Dude, they're hidden in the bushes back there behind the truck. We had to I didn't see them the first time, but then Mark walked further and then we saw them.
I know we had riot gear too.
And there's like 20 some cop cars for literally just a feed and 4 teepees. Like, and they're calling it a protest and unlawful assembly for a feed and 4 teepees. Don't give me your opinion, I'm live.
Okay, so she's telling me I can go. What's the plan of me? Not leaving if I don't have to. What's the status? You can move it. Okay, so I can come with you.
Okay, you can
Would that work? I don't know who's gonna write the story, but I'll come with you.
They should be writing that. They said they have enough information. I've been rolling, giving them information.
Do you have an extra SD card? On you?
No.
On your person?
No. Do you have an extra one?
All right, so just as this is going on, I'm going to bring us to the website. So you can see here, campmniluzan.org. You can see the information about the Encampment. Mni Luzahan is established by Creek Patrol volunteers to provide care and protection for unsheltered relatives along Mni Luzahan Rapid Creek this winter and for years to come. The camp is located along Mni Luzahan Rapid Creek at the intersection of La Crosse and Center. This location is public land which belongs to the Oceti Sakowin people. It is near Mni Luzahan Swift River in the Lakota language, where Oceti Sakowin people have gathered for centuries and where our houseless relatives have already chosen to gather. It has a fire hydrant for safety and provides options. So you can go to that website and you can read this information. There's also where, if you want to support the legal fund, it's right here on the website. You can see it's a big mess right there. But okay, I'm going to get us back to the big feed. I just wanted to show you the website. Take a look at it if you can, and you can find more information about what's going on right now and what we're witnessing live together. Okay. Oh my gee, it's over here.
She is right. That is exactly what Patrol was saying.
This better be posted on Facebook. Seriously.
Piling shit on. Can't trust him. Can never trust the white man.
Switch to the
Excuse
different
me, but
local project.
at least not these ones.
Audio. You switch to that.
These ones have done nothing but lie to our people. They've done nothing but go into negotiations and like years and centuries ago, you know. They lied to our ancestors. They signed treaties with them. They gave us this land because nobody wanted it. They gave us this land, and so we're trying to put our relatives a safe place for them. This is just a short-term solution to our overall goal, which is to provide a building, to provide a place for our relatives to come and feel safe, wash up. That's one of the long-term goals, and that's building up to providing apartments for the ones who want to make that change, to help them get homes for their families. That's the long-term goal. We've already reached some short-term goals by some of the relatives. They sobered up and they helped us patrol. Some of the relatives, they sobered up and asked for a ride home. We provided that. Just like the mayor said, he wanted them out of his city. So we provided them a way to go. And we helped them get home. But the ones that don't have nowhere to go, they're still out here. It's gonna snow tonight. And God forbid that we find one of them dead along this creek, frozen. God forbid that another rape happens. These police, they don't care about that rape. They don't care about somebody getting victimized. It's been told. When they respond to a call, just let it go. They're homeless anyway. Police officers actually said that to our relatives out here. So they don't deal with the police. They're scared of the police because the police beat them. They throw them around. Over at the Journey Museum 2 nights ago, 2 units pulled up at the Journey Museum and brutally beat a guy until lights start flashing on him. They took off. One of the relatives seen it and they chased him down in their own car, and the police officer wouldn't stop, wouldn't answer why they did that. And it's okay for whatever his name, I call him Jimmy Johns. That's what he is, nothing but a bologna sandwich. But he's okay with that. He's okay with them treating our relatives like that. He's not. He's above God. The mayor's above God. The chief of police won't come down to speak with us. He thinks he's above God. Whenever we're out here trying to provide a safe place for our people, I'm asking all the relatives out there, whoever's watching, see this inhumane act and help us. Help us stand for humanity. Help us with our people on our own land.
I apologize for the audio. I'm not in control of it on the ground. I can only amplify what I'm hearing. I'm going to switch to the different audio feed of the ground now.
For the different community members, the ones that are racist, the young, the youth that come by, the little Wasiti kids that threaten to beat them at night, the Wasita guys in their trucks that drive through the camps that were down there. I mean, nobody cares. They didn't care. They still haven't done anything about that truck. It was about a month ago, maybe just a little over a month ago. Drove right through a camp and came within inches of a woman's head while she was sleeping. While our relatives were sleeping out in the ground like this. They only had a couple of trees to lay by, and there was a truck that just jumped off the road and just drove right through the camp. Intentionally, not by accident or anything. It was intentional. And we got a description of the guy and the truck and a license plate. We gave it to the cops. Nothing was ever done. A few days later, there was another truck that came and tried to run over a tent and one of our patrols. But lucky for we were all there, so we were able to deter that truck from running over the tent with people that were sleeping in it, with their relatives that were sleeping in it, and one of our patrols. We did call the cops on that one. They did catch him only because he ran into the tracks. And his excuse was he was an out-of-towner. he didn't know where he was going, and we scared him.
Yeah,
That's it.
But all I'm saying is, on the police scanner, they heard on the police scanner that you guys are going to be moving in before our allotted time. So who's
Not true.
So who's radioing in on the police scanner, and how is that getting out public?
Nothing is going to happen as long as these come down.
They're coming down.
Disciplined patrol person on.
I'd stop. Okay? Just go work on the tents. Okay? Nobody is moving in if the tents come down. Teepees. I apologize.
Yo, but like that
Okay.
is what's being said on
Nobody's
the
coming
scanner,
in.
dead ass, and I've
All right?
been saying that for like half an hour. But that's been what's being said. It's the second time you said that, but like it feels a little gaslighty. Definitely happening. Like, so I don't know if somebody is on the same channel as the scanner. Usually doesn't happen.
Because I was pregnant with my son.
We're getting notices. It's a real thing.
Those guys over there didn't know what this guy over here said, and they're on the same block.
Yeah,
So-
we saw it, heard it.
So if some patrolman is being undisciplined on his radio and trying to spread misinformation and conjecture, yeah,
And
I'm not surprised.
He's talking about the, like, what is it, 10 to 15 riot gear police back there on top of all this other stuff. So, yeah.
Folks want, I can bring in the radio scanner again for a bit. I will take a look and listen to it, see if I can figure out what everyone's hearing.
Oops. This is the scene back here. My mask is off right now, so I'm distancing.
Students of the event, its presence now turning on the cross traveling south.
All
That's the video
police.
scanner Huntington County right now. I was taking a listen. As we
10-4, I'm on, sir.
on the ground there, so I just wanted to take a listen with you all. I won't let play it too long. I think it's just kind of loud.
Presence is transported. It's gonna be 10:50 also.
And they are on teepee number 2. Like, I mean, look at them. They're massive structures. They're not easy to put up. Time consuming to put up. Time consuming to take down. Just a correction with the child thing. The child is likely with one of the people who are here, like, standing with, I guess, the camp. So, because most of the unhoused people have left the area.
Yeah, this is the host right now. I turned on the scanner for a little bit, but I always find it a little traumatizing. So I'm gonna try to listen to it off the channel. And right now we're listening to audio from China Lockett on the right there. This is happening in Rapid City, South Dakota. A really quick statement is that the grassroots organizers of the Creek Patrol established a camp Mni Luzahan specifically to provide shelter, food, and safety. Nick was asked to be by them as a community person to help have a conversation with the mayor. In that meeting, they discussed this particular piece of land that they're currently on, they were witnessing all this happen on. That conversation was to build tiny homes on that land because it was not in the floodplain and there was access to a fire hydrant. And then grassroots and community people created a sacred circle of 4 teepees, lowered their chanupas, and prayed. The 4 teepees were for men, women, medic, and security. This is not an Indian action. We simply support grassroots community organizers, and right now we wanted to bring this to you all live, just so you know the different sort of land back events that are happening all over this country right now, and also is happening in Rapid City. So thanks for joining us, and I'll go back to that audio now. And again, these feeds are on Facebook too. You can go find them individually if you want. China Lockett and then Lakota People's Law Project. Thanks again for being here. We'll go back to the audio.
Food were having to shut down for sanitation reasons and such. So they started to serve food on top of all the other resources that they give, and they have been offering weekly feeds to outside. So I'm wondering if those are going to be like safe now, because yeah, this was a feed with 4 teepees, and that's the result. And it was like, what was it, like 25 cop cars I counted? 25, 28? I don't remember. I said it out loud earlier. Maybe 23? And then riot cops. Some of these cars include they call them paddy wagons. I don't know if that's the official term. They're just like large vans for arresting in numbers. And traffic has been blocked for like 3 hours now. Okay, and Creek Patrol is walking back over, so I'm gonna go with them.
What's that?
The truck was here earlier that
Oh,
left.
back there. Okay. Where's the truck that you coming from? One of these roads, that one, I don't know. Where you at? Well, we're not going to just open up the roads and let all the cars come in. So if you tell me, like, communicate with me about where they'll be coming in and what the truck looks like.
Do you have a name for that person that's driving it?
You don't need that. Come on. They'll be coming in from here, and it'll be a black truck. A black truck. Okay. Yeah. I'll let that deputy or officer know. The black truck will be coming up. Is that in the next few minutes, or? No, we gotta. We'll let you know when it's gonna happen. Okay. Sounds good.
So they are saying that the truck that they have with the trailer and the correct hitch to help haul the items isn't here, so they had to ask for permission for the roads to be unblocked to bring that truck with the trailer over so that they could haul out the rest of the stuff. Seeing more sheriff's cars than I did earlier. I don't know if they were in my original count or what.
Keep pulling up.
Huh. Well, thank you. That's a good story. And you've been coming out with your dad a lot, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you like today? What did it look like when all the teepees were going up and I saw you playing around. It felt different than it feels right now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What did it feel like?
It felt like it felt like I gave my heart to them and all that.
Huh. That's it. It felt like you gave your heart to them. Well, how old are you?
12.
I can't even begin to tell you what I was doing at 12, but it was nothing like what you're doing, and I thank you very much for what you said and what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Now we're going to switch back to the other audio now.
More across the street here. Now they have 2 paddy wagons. Okay, right on. So yeah, I'll give you guys another count in a little bit. I'm gonna go back over there. But like this is after the agreement that the teepees would come down, and also after the teepees started to come down. Like, why are there more cops pulling up? And why does it sound like there's gunshots coming and not fireworks? Earlier they were fireworks. This is weird. I mean, I'm not at all literally like 100% not even sassy, like accusing the cops of like doing gunshot sounds. Like, I just don't know what they were, but it's eerie to hear it. And yeah, it's likely not from the police, because it would have likely been something that we saw or somebody heard on the scanner. But anyway, it is eerie to hear that when you're in this situation.
I gotta go get a power cable. How you doing? So I guess they worry I'm kind of breaching security. I'm going behind police lines, which is an interesting concept. So I hope nothing happens while I'm out here. So my guess is about another half hour they'll get another teepee down, and then there'll be another teepee, and my guess is there's going to be some event or something that goes on that is going to be it's going to be arrestable, and the arrest will start. So my little car's over here. And all I gotta do is find a cable.
Not from the police, because it would have likely been something that we saw or somebody heard on the scanner. But anyway, it is eerie to hear that when you're in this situation.
Well, we listen. We have the law.
That would be the USB end. I'll turn this puppy on.
Using the cops of like doing gunshot sounds.
There we
Like
go.
I just don't know what they were.
Omnicharge. They use a lot of these for drones, and I'll kind of put it like that. Then I'll plug it into my. Oh shoot! That's a Mophie. That's a Mophie end. Okay, I lied. That's not the cable. Hold on. That is not the cable. I repeat.
The cops
that is not
of like
the right cable. I lost one of my cables. That's why I'm going through this. I had brought a cable and I lost it. Oh, son of a gun. Dang. So it's not a Mophie cable. Hold on. Okay. Looking for a cable.
using the cops of like.
Looking for a cable. Come on, want an iPhone cable. Pardon me, people. This was not in the plan to lose a cable. Let's see. It's got to be in my computer bag. Find it in here.
You're saying that we
there.
can't pray when we want to.
Well, we have the.
Son of a gun. Well, let's see if it's
the cops of, like,
find one in the audio world. It's a pretty cool rig. I've got multiple setups here. What I need is my iPhone charger, and those sit with my computer. So I'm trying to see if I have an iPhone cable. These are all going to be Mophie and USB. That's not it.
Using the cops of
These
like.
are all going to be
Doing
Mophie.
gunshot sounds like. I just don't know.
No good.
She's just coming to help, and that's why I was letting you know.
Okay.
Job, you made it.
Do us a favor and just a shout out on the fucking scanner to let people.
What I'm looking for is a cable that goes from my battery.
That's not the chatter we're hearing on the scanner.
So
Meanwhile,
the
what's going on
scanner
over
chatter,
there? There's
scanners are
police
available
everywhere.
for the public to listen to. Police scanners, they're actually
right
in most
here,
newsrooms, right? And the police scanners, we have people listening to those, and those people are telling us what the police scanners are saying. It's gonna get windy, so my audio might get a little bit funky.
Well, I have 20% battery. It might last.
Mark is saying idle hands go and get the teepees down.
Right in the middle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this thing down.
It's a lot of work,
just
dude.
shoot
They're
it.
massive. How long
Just
did
shoot it this way.
Don't tell me how long it took to put them up.
The police hang in there.
So we got this trailer hitch situation being worked out. Hey Joey, can you message Mike and just double check to see if he shared this on IMP yet, the new stream, because my phone died? You cleaning up trash, bud?
What?
You cleaning up trash?
Oh, I am helping.
You're such a good citizen. So we still got the media over here. Cameras on and off. We got some people sitting. People are coming in and out with trailers. Joey, thank you. Yeah. This is like another reason this like feels sketch. And this might just be residual thoughts from other protests. Another reason that this feels sketch is because, like, first off, when the cops line up like this in the cars, it's a tactical movement. I've seen it in Standing Rock. I've seen it in Keystone. I've seen it with the BLM protests. Like, right? We have miscommunication coming in over the scanner that our friends are listening to. Miscommunication, according to James John, the patrol chief, saying that he's saying that everybody is like fine to leave, no arrests will be made as long as the teepees are taken down, right? But like cop cars are still coming and going. There's like people over there watching it who have been like reporting it to us, right? And like it's just so much. There's like riot cops over in the bushes. They're like really fucking hard to see. The roads are all blocked off. And like, I don't know. It feels like after these are taken down, it feels like there's going to be arrests. So if there are, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Because James John, the patrol chief, has told us several times, but over the scanner, they've heard that if like they don't make the time limit, they're going to call an unlawful assembly and then come and do arrests. So I don't know how that miscommunication is like even happening right now. Okay, scene back here again. Plug the legal fund. So it's ML Legal Fund, right? I think Mike will link it. Michael Anderson, if you could share some more of those legal fund links, that would be great. Sorry. Well, we don't know, Laura, where the unsheltered are going because they were here. There was a solid amount here, right? And now they're gone. They left around the time the police showed up, most of them. There have been like some in and out. I'm guessing that they're going to go sleep in a park, and that is where the police like can, if they decide to, they have the right to go up to them and tell them that you can't sleep here, so you need to move. And if they move them, they're going to go to another park where they're going to can be, not necessarily going to tonight, be told you can't sleep here, we're going to move you. And then it just goes on and on because it is illegal to sleep in a park, be in a park after 10. So and it's illegal, I think, some parks, I hope that's right, and it's illegal to set up a tent or a teepee or a tarp to camp under in a park. Justin, nobody is sleeping here because the teepees are being taken down. If you guys want to share this video out, you can. I know it's less eventful. But it's good measure. It's good measure to make sure it's still out there because we don't know what's going to happen with these mixed messages. I mean, we can have faith in James John, who said that the police chief was coming earlier, and then about 2 hours later said the police chief is not coming because it's not his job. Thank you. Laurie just posted a link to the mllegalfund.org page where you can donate for legal funds for the camp. And we also take donations for blankets and sweaters and food and water and all of this stuff that gets confiscated when the police do
hang
intervene.
tight. I'm going to shut this live stream down. Thank you for
in a situation and bring homeless people to detox. I'm sorry, I'm live. The group has dwindled, but people stayed to help take down the teepees. Again, this all started with a feed and 4 teepees. At no point, sorry, hang on, I'll flip this around and put my mask on. Okay, at no point was this a protest, guys. Like, this all started 4 teepees on a public piece of land, not in the flood zone. It's in what they're calling a flood hazard area. I'm pretty sure that's the correct language. It's in the previous live, if you saw that. So it's not in the floodplain. And this weekend is when the first snow is predicted. So this timing was like perfect, right? Because we don't want people who are homeless dying from exposure. And that's been a worry. Just last week, one of the news stations reported that a person who's homeless died of specifically, It's exposure, and there were like other, I think, health issues too that played a part in that. And then one who died from a bushfire just last week. And something like this could help prevent that, is the hope, right? This is like a native-led idea to help with the population of homeless people that is majority native, which traces back to, if you look at the boarding school project, it explains it really well. There is a history of systemic racism. There's a history of native people like camping at the parks to go see their children, and their children were taking it to the boarding schools. It never really changed. It's been here, and like the Oshkosh camp, which one of my friends who does a lot of research pointed out earlier, the Oshkosh camp basically was the same situation back in the 70s. So like nothing's really changed. But this started out as a feed.
8:30.
Police are calling it a protest to reporters because I heard that from reporters,
that was the
for the local TV station specifically, the police are calling this a protest, which means police are calling this a protest, right? They're calling it unlawful.
To the people on the ground talk about how they're talking about the scanners. This is the scanner you're listening to.
It was a feed
every
every single week right?
So you know, that's
and it has been for like 2.5 plus years.
Listening to it now,
and then also,
because there is like contention of what's going on the ground. The police on the ground saying
sorry, there's some cop cars turning off their lights and backing out, but I don't know if they're leaving, so I'm getting a little sketched.
I'm not sure what's
yeah, but also 4 teepees to house people. And the meeting that they had with the mayor said no tent city, he wouldn't like fund a tent city, and he called it a place to party. And that's not what it is. It's a place for people to go, like no matter what state they're in.
November
During a global
324 Alpha
resources
Charlie
have already been cut short, right? So, yeah, it's pretty wild the way that this is being like treated like an unlawful assembly, treated like a protest. That's the furthest thing from what it was. Literally just a feed. It's been happening 2.5 plus years, and 4 TVs for people to sleep.
South 2828, dealer plate.
We'll call it a fucking feed. Like, it's just a meal.
I can't get them back, but I can log it.
Meal, not a feed. That's a good point.
10-4, 77, David 220.
It's gonna slip out, but I'll work to change that. It was a meal, yeah. Yeah, so anything else to report over here? It looks like some people are leaving.
Yeah, some of the cops have left. Maybe some real crime happened somewhere.
Yeah, it's funny because there were what sounded like gunshots in the distance, like right when my phone died.
At least 2 separate times.
Yeah, it's super weird. But I mean, I guess that when you have like this much of the department in one place, it makes sense that they would start to spread out and go handle other crimes. So, and not this protest of 30 to 40 people who are having meals and setting up 4 TVs for people to sleep.
Some baller ass fry bread.
Yeah, it was good looking fry bread. I didn't get any.
I ate some.
Okay, I'm gonna flip this around. So right now, with the cars that are leaving, we got 1, 2.
If you want to learn more about this camp, you can go to this website, www.campmniluzhan.org, and there we go, campmniluzhan.org, and you can read about what's going on there, how to support it if you want. You can see there's a legal fund right here, mllegalfund.org. You can go there and you can support this and again, these patrols have been going on in Rapid City for a while, so this is sort of a thing that happened today where people took some territory, some land, to try to set up a place for houseless folks to have a place to go and have shelter. That audio,
I only saw one back there, but there might be more now.
There's a lot of different audios going on. I'm gonna turn off.
Okay, 19 in eyeshot, but there's more in the distance. From the lights, and this is for 30 to 40 people, going on for 2.5 plus years, and setting up 4 teepees for people to sleep in. We also got some cops out of the cars here. And we had, what was it, 10 to 15 police in riot gear way back there behind the bushes that I couldn't see until
pickup with a flatbed on the left side on Steel Avenue doing maneuvers to turn around.
But
Would
they
that
were,
be the one that you guys are waiting for?
The bushes. Not a rumor. We busted it. Definitely not a rumor. Myth busted it.
You know, I don't know without looking at it. They were directed to come in on the east side, so we'd really like them to do that.
Here. I'm not going to go get people's conversations at this point.
I'm going to turn off the radio scanner and just go back to
not for public consumption. Looks like they're working on the 3rd teepee now. Got one of the trailers here. And also, I'm going to state this again, just because this was one of the most ridiculous things I heard on the previous feed, and I don't know if I said it on this one yet. So the James John is the patrol chief, and he was saying to the Lakota People's Law Project freelance reporter was over there. He was saying that Nick Tilson, like he's basically saying Nick Tilson is responsible for this. He said that if the teepees like didn't come down, that's what this is about, that he's going to personally arrest Nick Tilson and take away his bond. Now the reason that Nick Tilson is out on bond is because of the July 3rd protest in Keystone against President Trump. Nick Tilson is from Indian Collective, founded Indian Collective. Nick Tilson is not with Creek Patrol. Nick Tilson is not with the Mni Luzahan camp, right? Like, he is not with this at all. He's definitely not the leader. I know who's in it. I know the leaders. I'm not going to say their names. I'm not going to give their numbers. Like, but Nick Tilson is not. And we told him that repeatedly, that Nick Tilson is, like, not in this. And the, like, James John, the patrol chief, actually said that he is going to personally arrest Nick Tilson and take away his bond for an incident that he didn't start. That's also really not a deal because it was a feed, right? Sorry, a meal, and then 4 teepees for people to sleep in, not a protest. And so that was pretty wild. That's just like, if you're gonna arrest somebody and blame them for starting an alleged protest that isn't even a protest, like, know who the leaders are. Do your research. You can't just go out here and start saying, like, so-and-so is your leader, we're gonna arrest him. That's not civil liberties at all, right? And we should expect more from our police, period. So, yeah, that was really wild. That was one of the most wild parts that I saw tonight. So, again, if anything happens to Nick Tilson, if any of this comes up at his trial, it is false. It is absolutely false. A false narrative. So watch for that, because he is facing felony charges for the Keystone protest, right? And if you look back at my live stream, his felony charges, I do have a description of the charges, and they have a really good lawyer. Some of them were a little bit ridiculous, definitely outlandish, right? Like, and over exaggerated. But again, if anything happens to Nick Tilson because of this, like, or if this was brought up at any of his hearings or anything, definitely not true. He is not the leader, not with Creek Patrol, and not with the camp. Never has been. He is just a person who happens to be here today. We got some more Creek Patrol out here cleaning. Looks like another journalist showed up. A little late for the party. So,
sorry about that, wrong.
Looks like they're almost done with the 3rd teepee here. They're pulling that down. And I'm gonna throw this out again too, just because my lights are cut off, and I should be, like, kind of reiterating what I was saying earlier. God damn, I just forgot what I was saying, so I'm just gonna turn you around and let you watch this until, there we go. We got that 3rd teepee going. Got Chuck Banner from the Code of People's Law Project back there recording. He's been documenting the whole thing. I highly suggest them. Oh, crap. Hey, Hermes. Some people walking back over here, so we're just going to check it out and see who it is. because we already know that there are police dressed in riot gear behind the bushes over there, 10 to 15. Okay, and they're here, they're not cops, basically. Hey, are you guys the veterans group?
This is Earl.
Okay, I thought so. Hey, I'm doing a live, and do you want to do an interview? It'd be live for everyone to see, so it's up to you.
I'm gonna kiss my breath.
You catch it. Hit me up when you're done. Can I tell them that you guys just came up and are the veterans group?
Yeah, we're gonna talk.
Okay, and so the group that just came here is the Tokala. They're from Pine Ridge, and they are a group of veterans that have been coming down to help with creek patrol. And some of them are like older, so like these guys are like coming out, staying up till 4 in the morning, driving like an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on where they are in the res, to come down here and patrol, and it's pretty cool to see. And they just came down here for this, even though it's already being like cleaned up. They still came down here for this. Yeah, I can turn this around again. Scene's still pretty much the same. That third teepee is definitely down.
Again, if you want to learn more about what's going on right now, you can go to this website, Mni Luzahan.org. You can see the information that's provided there about what's going on, why it was established, how the patrol volunteers
and yeah, so
have been providing
at the
care.
height, I counted, I want to say somewhere between 23 or
support.
28. I don't remember. I'd have to look back at the video.
Just the ongoing patrol and
cops
what
here.
they've been doing.
The media was pushed way back there by that stop sign. Can you see it? Way over there, right? And then after the media was pushed there, some members of the camp and creek patrol decided to make a deal to take down the teepees if the media could come over and record. But like the way that the media was pushed back there, you can watch the previous video, really damn appalling. Like when you're that far back, you cannot record good video. You cannot hear what people are saying. You cannot get interviews with people who are over here at the camp. All you can do is talk to the cops before they push you away, and likely go tell you to talk to the public information officer. Usually that would be the protocol. I don't know if James John, the patrol officer, was speaking this time. So they had the media pushed way back over there, and Creek Patrol had to make a deal. They would take down the teepees as long as the media would come over, which is absurd, guys. It is absurd. The reason that I'm over here is because I've been here for a while, right? And so I was here like before it all started, because for clarity, I do volunteer. I help Creek Patrol get snacks to pass out at night. Yeah, so I was here, and the cops did tell the other media to leave, and they did not tell me to leave, which is pretty weird. But we are a member of the freelance journalist union, paid members. So if we get arrested, that is a resource that's available. But yeah, I'm just trying to reiterate because in my video died. So yeah, do you remember any important details from the first video that I
mean, other than the fact that you have the riot cops?
Yeah, I've mentioned the riot cops a lot.
It looks like some of them might have been moving back over to the parking lot behind here as well, because the bus just pulled up, similar to that one that was over in that other parking lot.
Oh shit, seriously?
It looks like it. So you can still see the lights from here where they're sitting over there. So I don't know if it is them or not, but it's that same type of bus.
Yo, so if I hope it's not riot cops, because this is already like, guys, this cost a lot of money. Like, okay, so think about this though. Think about this. This is wild. So had the police department and the sheriff's department definitely has like confirmable like received money from the Pennington County Fund that Kristi Noem allowed for the COVID fund and specifically put towards law enforcement. Well, homeless resources are being sliced and reduced, right? So we had a boost in our law enforcement stuff for shit like this, which was a meal for homeless people that's been happening for 2+ years from Oyate, Kin, Chante, Wash, Teepee, and 4 teepees so that people who are homeless have a place to sleep right before the first snow of the year is predicted in Rapid City. And somebody did die of exposure and other causes, I want to say health reasons too, just last week as local TV media reported, and then somebody else who's homeless died in a bushfire, right? Like, so this is really happening, and COVID has made things harder. It has stretched the resources for food. It's stretched the resources for housing. Like, I did a story on it. The beds in the shelters, the beds at the care campus, like, well, actually, I don't know if care campus, I think they've been reduced. Shelters have definitely been reduced. Places that serve food were closing down, so they had to put all of that effort like to serve meals onto an organization that didn't even serve meals. They had to like step up and with 3 volunteers serve like 300 people food every day. And not everyone was unhoused. Some people like live in hotels and stuff, and they just didn't have money because they're losing their jobs because we're in a global pandemic. So all the money, taxpayer dollars that were used for all this, right? Plus the cops in riot gear, back there, the paddy wagons, again, I don't know if that's the right term, the vans to arrest mass groups of people, and all the cops that were here earlier that I actually could see before it was dark and the lights were turned off and they were over in the fields and stuff and I can't count. If all that money, instead of going to law enforcement, went to these like resources for homeless individuals, maybe we wouldn't have to come out here, put up tents, and have a meal in a public space that gets called a protest. Like, maybe that money, if it was actually going towards improving the well-being of homeless individuals, then this wouldn't have been an issue in the first place. Because the whole idea of having law enforcement here, right, for a meal and for the teepees is like, how is this productive? How is this productive? How is this productive for people on the streets? For the organizers who have been gathering resources like coats and blankets, basic human needs that get taken away when people get taken to detox, they get confiscated. And then we have to go out and we have to collect more and more, and there's never enough. Like, so we get like hundreds of coats and blankets coming in from a mass donation, gone. We spent $200 on blankets the other day because the cops had confiscated them after the mayor's meeting, right? And then like we went at night and we spent blankets on that. And then later on that night, the cops came in and they were talking and they let everyone stay. In the morning, they came over. Everyone's gone. Everything's cleared out. You know where our blankets went? Because we don't. And I don't know if their numbers have changed, but just saying, we do have James John's number and Dan Hendrick's number are posted on a call to action on my Facebook. So if you go there or to the Independent Media Project's Facebook, you can see it. So this is just wild. I'm going to show you what's happening over here, but I'm pretty sure this is like not for public consumption again.
Yeah,
so
they're talking with folks right now about potential things that could happen or
right. So I am not going to record that because some things we just don't need to know, depending on who your audience is. My audience is Rapid City Police Department detectives. They watched my protest coverage for Indian Collective, which was a march, right, with, what do you call those things when you have a spot and you reserve it on the street?
It's called a permit.
No, like when you legally work to like reserve a spot. I don't remember. Like the okay to do it.
Oh, just like a permit?
A permit. They had permits. It's been a long day, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, can I...
Do you want to be on?
Oh, I'll be partially on the side.
Okay, here.
I just want to also talk to you, like, when people reference, like when you hear the police officers talk about, like, oh, if they had gone through the correct avenues, the correct channels, It's very important to remember too that when people go and apply for permits to protest, to march, etc., there are a lot of hoops that people have to jump through, and oftentimes, for example, some of the organizations that I've been involved with, and I won't give their names, but when we have applied for basic permits to march, we are consistently rerouted from main areas of Rapid City and are forced to march along areas that, one, aren't well watched, that are not in the public eye, that are out of the way, that are hidden. And so when they talk about like, oh, we want you to go through the correct channels and the correct avenues, oftentimes like they don't even work with organizations who want to go through these specific channels. They make it very difficult. And I know one organization I was with, going between just the Parks and Rec department and going through the Rapid City Police Department, I was giving two specific names of police officers to go in contact with. One was a gentleman by the name of Wayne Astrick, I believe, and the other was a female police officer whose name escapes me at this moment. We tried messaging, we tried calling these folks. We didn't get responses back for several weeks, and eventually we had to go back to the Parks and Rec department, and they eventually had to go and actually talk to the police department in order to just get the ball rolling. So when they tell people to go through these like specific channels and specific avenues, they don't even make these very specific legal avenues easy to navigate.
Yeah. And then that's like also what you saw like with the meeting with the mayor. So some of Creek Patrol and also Nick Tilson from Indian Collective, who again, I cannot state this enough, guys. Nick Tilson is not a leader of this group. Nick Tilson is not involved in Indian Collective. Nick Tilson was saying we should have tiny homes, like for people to stay no matter their state. And he is definitely not involved with Creek Patrol. And definitely not the leader. So anyway, yeah, like so when they met with the mayor was saying like, okay, we're not going to do a tent city, but we'll consider like a tiny home like area, right? And so considering it takes a while because it's been asked for like more than just like a day or two, right? And then the mayor made some comments in a press conference before that about how people who are homeless don't die from exposure and stuff, which is just definitely false. When I did my story, my 12-minute pre-recorded story, it's on my Facebook page and on Independent Media Project's Facebook page. You can see that the numbers that I found were 7 exposure deaths in the last 5 years, but I'm pretty sure they're higher than that, and I'm just having a really hard time finding... Are you doing that on purpose? It's cute. Having a really hard time finding the rest of the articles. So, like, this is a constant thing that happens every single year. I've lived here since I was, like, 10 years old. Like, that's, 18 years, and... Yeah, every single year somebody has died from exposure.
I want to say one quick thing.
Yeah.
By the way, too, let's talk about this response super quick from the police department. Just to clarify, when queer couples were being assaulted and attacked in clear and violent hate crimes, there was no level of response even close to this. So when you think about the priorities of who the police department is, one, willing to harm, who they're willing to target, I mean, when Mayor Steve Allender is saying that half the budget of the police and fire department is going towards these folks, and he gave the number of $15 million. Think about that yearly $15 million and what that could do not only for the community, but also what that would do if we were able to free police officers from harassing folks who just want to sleep and exist, and instead we're actually investigating hate crimes towards other vulnerable communities.
Hey, everyone, I'm going to switch audios really quick to see what's going on here.
From your
You have your feed, you can see
I mean, 15 million and 10, 20,000, 30,000 and
tonight,
resources?
No, not that much by any means. But, you know, if people just work through the permitting process and work through channels instead of doing this, it doesn't have to be like this.
Yeah. I think it's going to get better. I really do. I really do. I haven't been around here a long time, but I can tell it's and I think the nation's going that way too. I think it's gonna.
I'm here to tell you, nobody does more for the homeless in Rapid City than this department. We've got a quality of life unit that gets people back on their feet and off the streets. We go out there and we take care of homeless people every single day. These officers care more about the folks out there than anybody else, and they get vilified and yelled at and screamed at, and it's ridiculous. You know, we've worked through numerous organizations trying to find solutions, and these men stand out here trying to answer the call, and they get yelled at. They get called racist and KKK and everything like that. But yet they come back to work day after day, and they answer the call when somebody's in trouble.
Yeah.
So
I think that because I've looked at it a lot, I think there's going to be some new organizations that come up and really offer some. I heard a presentation during that meeting with the mayor and about 20 people from the community, and a gentleman from the Tokata out there, the Tokata Society out there, and one of the veterans from Pine Ridge said, you know, he worked in Gallup and they had a facility that was, the drivers were native and the cooks were native and the counselors and the receptionists.
Still the scene.
All right, just really quickly, we want to check what's going on over there. We're going to go back to Cheyenne Lockett, listen to the audio on that one. Thanks again for being here. Again, we're just bringing you these feeds live from the ground in Rapid City, where the Mni Luzahan patrol set up a camp to house unhoused relatives and provide shelter. Started with a ceremony, in a meal, and now has sort of led to this moment. But again, thanks for being here, and this is the audio from Cheyenne Lockett, who is an independent reporter on the ground right now in Rapid City. You can find them on the internet as well. Check.
It's a group talking over there. They still have one teepee to take down. So I am not sure what's happening, but I will keep you guys posted when anything changes. It's Chuck Banner from the Dakota People's Law Project. Hey Chuck, anything interesting to report?
No, I just had a conversation, you know, I was just talking with him and trying to kind of feel out I was talking about the budget and how much they spend and...
Ooh, how'd they tell you?
Well, you know, the mayor said it was at $15 million they spend a year, and which is half of their entire operating budget. The police and the fire department spend on homeless. Mm-hmm. And the way the mayor said it in his meeting was, you know, we go out and break up fights, investigate frozen people, you know, it's just like... So anyway, he said, you know, which is JJ always has said, is that, you know, these men, and he didn't say and women, but I'll say these men and women on the police force come out and they always respond and they take flack and they're called racist and stuff, but they there's nobody that does more for the homeless than them. And then I just said, but it's not enough. Spend $15 million a year and it's not a solution. And the missions don't provide enough stuff. It's short-term stuff. It's not fixed. They get cycled through. They're right back out here, and that's why you're spending the money. And I said I think there's a change coming, because I think there's native groups now coming together that are going to be fully native groups that are going to do this work. And that's what Sam or Frank mentioned, the work they had done in Gallup, where the drivers were native and the cooks were native and the receptionists were native and the counselors were native, and the people it was native people helping native people, because there's such a disconnect. And, you know, they're not going there. They're not going to the care campus, you know. So I was just telling him, I said, I think there's a change coming, and I think it's also been sparked around the country, and You know, I couldn't sit there and say, you know, you guys aren't as clean as you think you are, but anyway, that was kind of the conversation.
So what he's talking about right now, again, is this camp Mni Luzahan. You can see here that the camp at www.campmniluzhan.org. The camp was established by Creek Patrol volunteers to provide care and protection for unsheltered relatives along Mni Luzahan Rapid Creek this winter and for years to come. Relatives and comrades who make up the Creek Patrol have come together to establish a plan for safe shelter along the creek, since this need has not been met by the city or other organizations. Again, that's what we're watching right now, is this camp that was set up. The police did come in to disperse the camp, and people have been still there kind of working to take the teepees down. These live feeds have been on the ground. They're two independent journalists, one for the Lakota People's Law Project and the other one for the Independent Media Project. Cheyenne Lockett is who we're going to go back to their audio. Again, if you want to read this, go to the website campmniluzhan.org. You can see it right there. And it provides this information. There's also a legal fund there if you want to support what's going on at the camp and what's going on with the patrol. Again, this is a grassroots organization who is working in Rapid City right now, and we wanted to just bring you this live feeds to show you what's going on. Again, this is like one of the many land back actions that is going on across the nation right now. And we're going to cut back to the video and back to Cheyenne Lockett. Again, thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit follow, like, and subscribe. And also check out these independent journalists who are on the ground too. Don't forget that they're out there covering this as well. And definitely check out this website. There you go. Lots of stuff.
Ooh, a journalist is counting the cop cars. Hey, you got my numbers from earlier? I reported them in a live. I would say nearly 25, because it was either 23 or 28 that I counted earlier. Okay. At the max. But there's also, and this is like dead ass confirmed on a live with video, there were like 10 or more SWAT team back there, and like we confirmed it with our eyes and talked to them. And then there's more cars too, more like cop cars, but I mean I can't count them all. I can like see the lights on that one.
I can see some over there that are off that you can't really
tell. It's because it's dark, so there was also a police and ambulance over there, and two of those that I counted were the like trucks over there to arrest mass amounts of people.
Yeah, I was looking at those ones over there also.
Yeah, but I did a count earlier when it was at its max. So that's what it was.
Okay. And then your stuff is right here?
No, I am not.
Yours?
Oh no, that is mine.
Yeah,
oh my god, you're right. Thank you.
So you're sending one like that.
I love it.
Just want to make
That's
sure
not mine though. Is that yours?
Yeah, this one's mine.
Okay, good. That's so sweet. All right.
So, like,
New center, one left my gear.
Are you online?
Oh yeah, I'm just trying not to turn it off, but my phone died earlier. So just don't give your opinions, but yeah, you can. I'll give you any other info. I've already said it all on here.
Yeah, I know they wanted us to go to the county building.
They wanted you to go to the county building?
Yeah,
for what?
Houston one just headed to.
Why?
I believe for a press conference.
A press conference at the county building?
Something along those lines.
Wait a minute. So if they have a press conference at the county building, but they can't wake up the chief of police or an engineer or the mayor to bring them down here?
Yeah, so.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So there's a press conference at the county building. Now, share my last video, because it will show you 112%. This is not a protest. It's the least protesty thing that's ever been called a protest that I've covered. I've covered a lot of protests. I've covered protests with one person in them, right? This, not a protest. It is a meal with 4 teepees, and it's not even in the floodplain. And it was a problem, and a whole shit ton of cops showed up. Not a protest. Sorry. Also, they keep on saying that Nick Tilson is leading this, and he's not even in Creek Patrol, dude.
Yeah.
So they told me that several times. That's just not fucking true. So
yeah, I know. I made sure to say Indian is not part of this whatsoever.
They're not part of this, but like they're specifically like, it was James John over there said that he was going to personally arrest Nick Tilson and then take his bond away.
I did overhear that.
Not a goddamn like leader, not involved, just a person who's here. So yeah. If you need any other myth busting details,
course I would do that. And thank you for sending out that text earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you guys were able to come. So, sorry it was so last minute. Are they ready? Can you put this in this bag for me? Hey, can you put this in this tripod in this bag for me?
How are you doing for battery?
I got it hooked up here. Yeah, put it in that bag, please.
Oh.
Yeah, and then if you could just like zip it up and hold it for me. Sorry. Are we gonna need more battery? Okay. Cool. Yeah, but if you need any more myth busting stuff, god damn. Can you carry it for me? Or put it in my car? Can you put it in my car? There's the keys. It's right over there behind that white van.
I don't know if I can. I think I might go get arrested.
They're gonna arrest you if you walk to my car?
Oh, no, but I'm gonna go because they're doing
shit.
Information stuff.
Yo. Okay. Sorry, just some finer detail things there. I'm not sure if this is a time for me to be over here. Let me check with everyone and make sure everybody is comfortable. Hey guys, are you cool if I record over here now what people are saying, or is it still kind of off the record private stuff? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, that is still private. I promise we'll go get information and stuff when it's not. I'm gonna put this light thing in my backpack and stick with the headlamp. I don't even know how to say this. Hey, Joey, can you check to see if Mike is watching? Michael Anderson. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Joey. Yeah, just tell him to hop on because I need a code 1 update. So if you could just hop back onto this video, turn up the volume, and send me that signal message. Oh, don't say it in front of the live about what the group say. You can whisper it. Cool. Okay, this is insane. So
So if you all would go ahead and share, that would be good. This is a good time to share this live stream, as something is happening or not happening, which will make something else happen or not happen.
Share this. I would share this. The audio is still cutting out right now, Joey?
Okay, here we are. So South Dakota has just experienced, oh my gosh, Christy Nome, South Dakota has just experienced its worst last couple of days in the history of the state for COVID. In fact, I think South Dakota, somebody can correct me, now has the highest per capita COVID infection rate. Way to go, Christy Nome. And you're brilliant. Oh, she's probably, oh, that's right. She's out campaigning right now for the Donald. Another brilliant decision on her part. Anyway, COVID is a real problem, folks. That's one of the things going here, was they had the ability to isolate people, and they could take care of them, and they could separate them, and they could have teepees that would do that. So there's buildings that have to be brought in. It's a good time to do a plug for Mni Luzahan camp.org, MNILUHAZAN camp.org. One, it can go to alleviate the cost of arrest. There will be bail money that's needed. These teepees and winterization as land is found, though I'm not holding my breath on how well the mayor in the city is going to find a loophole or a route that doesn't require something that takes months to approve and do this and get health things, and we're going to be dealing with months when the weather is going to give us a week or two, maybe 3.
Got a couple people over here. Couple more, cops back here. I promised the camp group that's talking that I would give them a few more minutes before I went over and tried to talk to them, because I don't want to share their private information. Oh, I'm stepping on poles. All right. So again, if you wanted to donate, and I don't know what's up with the legal funds. If we don't use them, we'll probably use them for donations. That's an assumption, but I'm sure that the group will spread it out. If you wanted to donate, I'm sure Mike Anderson can maybe link that for me. It's also in the comments earlier. If you look them up from Laurie, it's mllegalfund.org. And then also there's a website for Creek Patrol if you want to donate items, so that we can get replacement blankets when they get confiscated, replacement blankets, replacement coats. So yeah, and 3 of the 4 teepees are taken down. A trailer has been brought over to haul the other one out. Thank you, Laurie. That is dope. Yeah, so we have, this is the scene. The group has dwindled through the night. And I think that's kind of because, like, the TVs were coming down. They had enough people to take them out. So, yeah. And The police did say they would be there until all the teepees are down, and they were calling this a protest and an unlawful assembly. And like, I've confirmed the comment about Nick Tilson, which, I mean, I'll just say again, Nick Tilson the patrol chief did say that he would arrest Nick Tilson personally and take away his bond if the teepees didn't come down. I want to say, Nick Tilson, not in Creek Patrol. Nick Tilson, definitely not a leader of Creek Patrol. Nick Tilson, the only reason he's facing bond is from the July 3rd protest in Keystone. Felonies that he's up against are somewhat exaggerated. I was in the courtroom. I saw some of the videos. You can hear a description on my page from like earlier last month, I think. But Nick Tilson is definitely not involved in Creek Patrol and absolutely in no way, shape, or form a leader of this whole thing tonight. So if any of that gets brought up against him in court or is added on as different charges for whatever this is, unlawful assembly or whatever, it's false. He is not. So, all right. I'm walking back over here, but I'm, again, not going to get close till everybody is, like, in agreement. So. So, yeah, 3 of the 4 teepees are down. And this one is the last one. Again, this wasn't a protest. It was just a meal for people who are homeless. And also 4 teepees in a park. It's being called an unlawful assembly and a protest. So, tried to help out with facts so that some of these things I'm sure are going to get misreported. Sorry guys, this is like your parent talk. So as a journalist who worked at public radio, a local station, who has talked to the cops, who has talked to the chief, who has talked to the PR representatives, the mayor, everybody, I can tell you for a fact, stories get skewed. Stories like this get skewed. A lot of the times I wouldn't hear about stuff like this till it happened, like it was already in progress. I wouldn't have like had the opportunity to do the research and follow around Creek Patrol because I'm like passing out snacks with them. I wouldn't have like heard everything and seen everything and like been able to report things if I hadn't been volunteering, which is a conflict of interest for journalists, right? Like it's unethical traditionally. An independent media project, we don't believe that. But this stuff gets swayed. It gets switched. The whole, everything that this is about is going to get switched. There's going to be a spin on it. So the press conference, I think is what it was supposed to be, down at the public safety building, that I just heard about from another journalist that people are invited to. It's likely going to be a really fake spin. So it's not going to be a lie, technically, but guys, it's not gonna be true. And that's what they're sending out to local media. That's what people are gonna see, because that's what they want you to hear. They don't want you to hear interviews, which is apparent tonight specifically. It's not me being crazy going on a rant. They specifically did not want journalists to hear interviews or get up close and personal with the people who were serving meals and had 4 teepees set up, so they sent them way over to that stop sign, even though it's on public land and nobody's life was in danger. So, just saying, like, the shitstorm that comes out of this is gonna be like, it's gonna look insane. It's not. It's not. It's just a group of people feeding people a meal in a park and putting up 4 teepees for people to sleep in. And there have been meetings. So, like, if people try to say they didn't meet with us first, they did. They met several times. So, that is a thing. I'm not sure if we're good yet, so I'm just going to keep on checking. Okay. Okay, it sounds like there's some talking and discussion still, so I am not going to be near it. I will show you this though. Cops are still out here. And that's the group, Van Backs, if you can see it. I'm not sure if the riot gear is still over there. Yeah.
Here, where I have light from the cops,
we have
the cop
switched
cars.
audios to Lakota People's Law Project. We're going to listen to this for a while. Thanks again for being here.
And let's see, I'm going to actually, one thing I've got to admit, I haven't, something Chase just mentioned to me. They wanted me to interview a veteran, and I wish I had done that. I'm sorry I didn't see that somebody asked for that. But I really haven't been, kind of new to this, I really haven't been reading what people have been posting. So if you have questions about what went on today or what's happening here, I'd be happy to, in the lull, discuss it if I can read it quick enough. I got one glass fogging up here. So Chase has been watching. I don't think Chase didn't make it up here today. Chase had other things going on, and he just mentioned to me he saw it and felt it was going well and liked the stream and had saw that there was a request for a veteran.
Good evening. My name is Don Hedrick. I'm the chief of police.
But pretty much wherever I am, Chase is. I work with Chase. I'm here in Lakota country, much because of Chase and his work. Wopila, to Chase Iron Eyes. And we missed you here today, brother. No one has been arrested yet. They may not be arrested. There are at one point 17 police, 11 cop cars, some arrest vans. You can see there is one there in the distance behind me, way in the distance. There's that kind of white van.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I didn't realize my mic was live. On the right, looks like there was a press statement released by the Rapid City Police Department.
It's kind of in the light of that store. There's a white van back there.
Both these journalists are on the ground.
But no one has been arrested. There are those, I believe, that are contemplating being arrested to make the statement. No one has been. Myron's asking, but there is some discussion of it right now, because I think the question is, are they really going to let the police just show up and force them to take down housing and homes and the care that they're providing for these people without a fight? And I say fight, I mean a resistance that makes the police do their work and fill their jails and do whatever they got to do to enforce their laws. So I've seen the orange handcuffs that are out. They all have their fair share of them. So there was a threat at one point. It was really kind of chumpy. Here we go. Here's some movement coming in. That's it.
Asking for some progress to be made on this. This is the last one that we're waiting on. Once this is down, everybody goes home. We're out of here. Okay? But nobody has touched this one in the past 30 minutes. We were told that everybody would work on it and get it down. We need that one down. Fair enough? Okay, I'm telling you, once it's down and on the trailer, we're out of here. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Good time to share this video. as protesters in the press conference, which is, I think, notable because they're not protesters. They did a meal and set up 4 teepees. Again, can't make that more clear. Didn't refer to any collective or Nick. So if like this isn't an issue that they felt was like important enough to mention in a press conference to the media, then why the hell do we have the patrol chief over here saying shit that the chief isn't gonna say? Like, I just don't know how that makes any sense. Like, get on the same page and label it what you're gonna label it, but it doesn't make sense. Also, homeless people were already sleeping on the street and they were already dying, and this isn't happening because of Creek Patrol. It's not them encouraging anything to happen. It's not this camp encouraging anything to happen. It was happening anyway. In fact, it happened just fucking last week. It's been happening all the time for years, as I've stated. So it's not new, and it's definitely not their fault. Here are some dope singers for you guys to watch.
This is all bullshit. Governor Noem's office, there's a mail that is actually calling the place for Governor Noem. She's bringing people from out of state in that are sponsors to her money.
All right. That's a mouthful.
There's a lot going on right now.
So thank you for coming out. Yeah. We're gonna be getting back to our business.
Okay, God bless.
All right.
God bless.
God bless.
Be safe out
there.
Yo.
Want to say anything?
I didn't hear what the show was saying.
Anybody who wants to, they're gonna take
That's what I was going to ask, Mike. I was going to ask you to link the legal fund, and you are on it. Please, yes. If you want to donate to the legal fund, you can donate there. I'm sure, like, if there's things that get, like, if there's excess, they'll figure out what to do with it, and that'll likely go to donations for people. So I'll leave that up to them, but keep y'all posted. Also, you can donate directly to Creek Patrol to buy more items for the homeless get confiscated by the police. So, yeah. I'm not 100% what's for me to record and what's not. Oh, this looks like it's for me to record.
I don't know how to do it while I'm live streaming. You guys take the pick. I'm live streaming.
Hey, notice that Nick Tilson is not in there because Nick Tilson is not involved in this.
Pretty spread out, which is probably appropriate, but
strong, you guys.
Time to share the video.
what happens, you guys.
So obviously, this is not how you take down a teepee. That is because they are in the teepee taking a stand. And this is what they're here for, to try and house the homeless. And now they're in the teepee. We are surrounded by police still and the sheriff's department, who actually just had a press conference saying that the group was cooperating. This doesn't, I don't know, maybe they cooperated, they got 3 down, right? So this is what it looks like in here, y'all.
Like, ideally, we'd be starting if they're all.
Okay, we got a news station here. I'm here. You walking over? Okay. I'm going with somebody to record her interaction with the police. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an announcement that these people are not leaving. So likely there's going to be arrests made. Yeah. Right. Face off, right? Face off. Okay. All right.
Hi. So the fourth teepee is staying up, and there are relatives inside it who are praying and in ceremony. Don't let me tell you what I'm saying. You ain't gotta shake your head.
Excuse me, I apologize.
So there are relatives inside of that teepee who are in ceremony and in prayer. And everybody who is not inside of the teepee does not want incident with the police at all. So you named that the structure is what is the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So there are people who are in that structure. Everybody who is outside of that structure does not want to have incident with police and does not want to deal with arrest.
Okay, so let's do this. It is 10:08.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if that teepee doesn't start coming down by 10:20, then this will become an unlawful assembly and people will go to jail.
So everybody who is here,
they will be afforded the opportunity to leave
by 10:20.
At 10:20.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can we
So
wait till 10:30 at least?
10:20. We've been waiting out here for a long time. Okay. The teepee needs to come down. That was the deal. It needs to come down by 10:20. Otherwise, we will come in. We will remove people from the teepee and we will take it down.
And people, but even people who are not inside of the teepee also.
They will need to disperse. They will need to leave.
And press.
And
Press should be able to be present.
The press can be present. I am not worried about that. But the reality is this: is that anybody that stays around that camp at 10:20, still there, is going to get arrested for unlawful assembly because we're going to take that teepee down.
You're going to arrest journalists.
Listen, if everybody gets out of the teepee and it goes down, there is no problem tonight.
It's not.
Everybody's been wonderful.
It's not going down.
Okay, then at 10:20 we'll make an announcement. Anybody that doesn't abide by the announcement is going to go to jail. Fair enough?
Yes, and press will not be arrested.
I'm a member of the Freelance Journalism's Union, and we have legal services in that case, but I'd rather not use them because I am a journalist.
Okay.
An established journalist who is local.
Set up a location for the
oh no,
journalists
you
that
can't
can
set
stay.
up a location.
If my officers are working, I know what I can do. If my officers
it's not
going to
be right next to the officers.
Okay, here's the deal. At 10:20, we'll make an announcement. If people want to stick around, there'll be arrests made. If people want to disperse and take the teepee down so that there's no problem, we have been more than patient with getting these down. The deal was the teepees come down tonight. And so if I'm being told now that they're not going to come down, I'm giving you the deadline, 10:20 tonight. We will come in, we will disperse the crowd, and we will take the teepee down.
So reiterating again that relatives are inside in ceremony
and we will ask them
on
to leave.
treaty land. They are in prayer and in ceremony.
And we will be asking them to leave the teepee.
And you will make an announcement about press very specifically also.
Absolutely. I will have an area for the press.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks for the elbow. Yo. So, Mike, that sounds like a Code 1 update.
So everybody who was there is clear, right? You have until 10:20 to be off of the premises or they're going to make arrests.
Okay.
Are you gonna be close?
I mean, I don't know. Am I going to get arrested? Because it sounded like I'm going to get fucking arrested if I don't walk over to the stop sign. So that's basically what I just got, and that can't be fucking legal. So anybody, sunshine law expert, want to be my fucking lawyer? Because I'm just recording. Been here all night.
Okay, you guys heard that, so... Yeah, because I might get those people out of here, so...
I mean, I don't think they can tell me to go, like, way the fuck over there to record. That's insane. Okay, wait, there's a meeting happening.
Do not want to be arrested to clear the premises.
Okay, so
we wanna record them. Make sure that they're not make sure they're not gonna rough them up or anything.
right. So
I asked specifically about press and if they're gonna arrest journalists, and he said no, and that he would make an announcement about where they should be. So the people who are in the press and who are journalists are gonna have to take that risk and stay to document. I know China is willing to be arrested. So
I mean, out of context, Vanessa, out of context, not true. That's not true. That's not true.
You're pressing your life. We need you out here.
I don't want to have to be told that I have to leave an area is what's up, because that's not right. Yeah, I'm on public land. I should be able to record what's happening without fearing that I'm going to get arrested. Been a fucking journalist here for 4.5 years at a actual station. Now I'm freelancing. What happens? Gonna get arrested 3 months into it.
Is it possible we can get it right? Love y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Lexi.
Love you guys. Be safe.
Bye. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna walk up here to the tent again and show you guys what's happening. Alright. This is what's up. Hang on, let me turn this so I can see what I'm recording. Yeah?
Warriors.
That's gonna be her chant all night. So yeah, this is what's up. The fourth teepee is staying, is decided. Everybody who's around here, the police say they will arrest by 20 after. And I may be arrested, so that's kind of cool. And it's starting to rain a little bit more. Oh, hey Connor. Were you up there when they...
Yes, I recorded it all.
Okay, but you heard the part about journalists.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
In a specific area where they say that's probably...
So where we probably can't see what they're doing with the arrests, which is the whole reason for recording. Yeah. So, I don't know. There's sunshine laws against this shit though, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know how strong they are in South Dakota, but...
I recorded the whole thing, and I'm probably going to be showing it to, my peers later.
Yeah.
To see what they can and can't do.
Can I have it if I need it?
We're doing this in the hope and belief that we don't want any of our relatives out here to die this winter. And we're trying to... Our hope was that everyone could get fed and have a safe, warm place to sleep tonight. And the cops are not letting that happen. So maybe this can at least raise awareness of this issue and bring it up to and make a, I don't know, we have to solve this problem. This is a solvable problem and we needed to address it like adults and just take care of it. if we can't have teepees here, we're a city. Rapid City is a city of empty buildings. Give us a building so that we can have our homeless, our unhoused relatives, at least to have a warm place for this winter. There's a default attitude that somehow there's a certain number of deaths that are acceptable. And I disagree with that. And I think we all disagree with that. That we don't want to see, like, one death out here is one too many. That's all I got.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. You guys be strong. Anybody else want to say anything?
Who has your phone? Tell Nacho to call his phone and so he can meet up with.
Okay. You got anything to say, relative? Butch?
I like to say, I love this teepee right now. And I love everybody sitting around inside where there's shelter. And I worry about all the other Lakota people out there that are hating life. And everything's gonna be okay for everybody. And I'm glad we're being strong. We're gonna be strong until the day ends, man. And I'm glad for everybody putting this on. And I'm glad to be here. And I'm glad for everybody here. I'm glad for my brother over there, too.
Hey, Chuck, you staying in there?
Hold on. We're having people saying last statements.
Okay.
No, I'll be out.
And we're gonna be strong until everything's over with. We're all gonna stick together, and that's the way it is.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
As you guys are safe, we're praying for you. We'll be at the jail, so we'll be watching out.
Brother.
No matter what they do, we're still gonna stand strong even after we get up. We're still gonna stand strong and still take care of our relatives. This isn't gonna stop us. So right now, I'm asking for everyone out there to step up. If you can, come stand with us and still provide for our people. Still try to protect our people. We can't give up. This is our land. These are our relatives. This is our land. We're supposed to protect our land. We're supposed to protect our relatives. So that's what we're doing.
You guys good? You guys be safe.
Hey.
Remember, you guys being on the cup. Use the cup. Love you guys. Thank you guys for you guys doing that, man. Later, Cola. No matter what, you have a work with you.
Hey.
You guys be safe. Okay.
Hey.
Guys, don't shot. Okay. You guys next time. You better go pee there. Now you guys be safe. Let's go. Yeah, that's it, you guys. You better get.
So what their suggestion was, though, was that if
Okay, well that was some brothers and sisters in there. Some people had it was a beautiful teepee. God, those teepees are beautiful. And they're set up. Well, here comes some police. Say again, I wasn't.
We get in a separate area. This is advice from a lawyer to make it look like we're separate, obvious that we're separate, but we don't get sent away over to like a far place. Then we shouldn't be arrested. But I'd rather do it together if that's something you're willing to do anyway.
Okay, well, I'd like to not get arrested, so at one point I just may book.
Oh, you can book.
When I book, I'll book. Otherwise.
Well, I think they know it. I don't think they have intention of coming out.
Okay, how many people are in there, do you know?
About
7.
7.
7 or 8?
There's one guy lying down. There's about 6 of them sitting up.
Okay, how do I go and talk to the people that are inside?
Front door.
Right on the side.
So the police are going to talk to who is inside.
Hi, folks. It's Captain Johns with the Rapid City Police Department. Okay, it's 10:20, and this is an unlawful assembly. If you don't leave this teepee right now, we're going to have to take it down. Okay? Anybody that interferes with us taking this down is going to be arrested for obstruction. Do you understand?
I like that tree. It's closer than that tree over there.
Yeah, I think they were talking about this tree, weren't they?
Well,
The media did
he did not. Does this looks like a the little tree. Well, that's grass. That's not a tree. I know. No, saying right here. See. Or here. What if we go like this? Here's. I'm going to take my tree with me here. This is a tree. If we just walk with this, we're.
We can see police and sheriff are here on scene. They've been here for a few hours. They're scattered around their area.
Okay, so they gave them a warning. They're sitting in there. They are singing right now. They have locked arms. There's one gentleman in there sleeping in a sleeping bag. It was a beautiful teepee. Teepees are so beautiful inside. And here come cars. They're coming in. Oh no, we got a dog. Woof woof. Woof woof. We got a dog. Woof woof. Woof woof.
Everyone over here in this tent.
Yeah, there's a lot of stakes here. You guys want to grab those?
On feet. Actually, 7. The James John, the patrol officer, is trying to talk people into picking up stakes. Here's another cop car pulling up. They brought the van. This seems like a lot of pageantry. They brought 2 vans. Guys, there are dead ass like 5 people in there, right? Maybe 7. They have is that an LRAD, you guys? Up there on top of that car, you guys see that? Right over there, that speaker, is that a microphone?
I think it's just a speaker.
Okay, it sounds like there's consensus that it's just a speaker. All right. They got dogs, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 police cars right here on the lawn. 2 of those are vans, and like 7 people are in there. 7 people, and they're all unarmed. Nobody here is armed, and they've specifically said that to the cops several times. They've said that they're unarmed, and there are this is the response to 7 Native people in a teepee having a religious ceremony after a meal for people who are homeless and 4 teepees was labeled a protest and unlawful assembly. So these guys are being arrested for unlawful assembly, is my understanding. So again, just quick check-in. 1, 2, 3, 4 journalists. All of us 4 journalists. People have backed off. I think that these are people who do not want to be arrested, are kind of like backing off and making it apparent that they are separate. James John is talking to Lloyd Big Crow, and I'm guessing it's likely about So 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10. A 10th cop car is pulling up onto the lawn for 7 people having a religious ceremony, like legit deadass religious ceremony. 7, well, they're not all Lakota, but it's led by Lakota people in a teepee in a public space that is not on a floodplain, but in a, what's it called, like hazardous flood zone or something. They have oh my god, I can't even count this. Like, the police outnumber the unarmed people in the tent by like, they're like, it's at least double. I think it's probably triple if you count these ones over here. They really fucking outnumber the people in the tent. It's wild. Okay, so literally, like, this is the scene. This is overkill. I've been to protests before with like 2 fucking cop cars. And more people than this. What's the deal here? If you want to support our bail fund, Michael Anderson just posted that. It would be very helpful. The police also did just hold a press conference saying that they didn't call them protesters in the press conference. They just held a press conference saying that the people here were cooperating and taking down the teepees. I mean, but yeah. There's more cop cars back here. The cops, like, what they have over there, I'm pretty sure that it's just like 5 bags of trash because people cleaned up their trash. That's a trailer over there with the teepee poles from some of the other teepees. There were 4 total. And like, this is non-violent. It wasn't a march. It wasn't a damn protest. They just put up teepees for homeless people to sleep in. And I mean, it's raining. It's fucking cold out now. Like, yeah, this is the kind of shit that causes exposure. And it shouldn't have been dramatic. Like, they're waiting. They wanted a tent city. They met with the mayor. The tent city wasn't all right. So, is what the mayor said. So they said that they wanted to start a tiny home encampment. But then that was like okayed for discussion by the mayor. And now they put up 4 teepees, which is not a tent city. It's just a temporary solution while they try to figure out the tiny home stuff to keep people warm so they don't die from exposure, like the person who died from exposure and health problems earlier this week, as a local news station reported, or like the one that died in a bushfire earlier this week. They're just trying to keep people warm. Now everybody's cold. People who are unhoused have left because it's obviously unsafe for them here. yeah, looks like there's another trailer pulling up right now that's going to help hold the teepee. Oh my God. That was the best timing I've ever heard in my life. In case you guys didn't hear that, he walked out and he's like, holy shit, what the hell happened out here? I'm pretty sure he was sleeping in there. He's telling the cops just because of a teepee, all this shit. And he told him to go home. Saying leave the teepee alone. Okay, so why are there more? It looks like they're gonna let him walk, but like, you know, for now, because I don't know, what if he is unhoused and was sleeping in that teepee, and then he goes and he walks and he tries to find a place to sleep, and then it's in a park, and then the cops say, hey, you can't sleep here, and then he gets shooed away and he goes to another park, and then they're like, hey, this is also public space, you can't sleep here. And so I don't know what to do about that. Like, you can go to detox, but I mean, I don't know if he needs to go to detox, and that's a personal decision. So streamers be streaming. Whoa, look at that massive ass like group of cops over there. Can you see that? Wow. I don't know, it's a power move. I'm dead ass sure it's a power move, because this is the most fucking pageantry for 5 people in a teepee, 7 people in a teepee I've ever seen in my life. Chuck's not willing to get arrested. If he gets too close, he's gonna book it, he told me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cops, 18 cops, 19, 20, 2 rows, 20 in 2 rows for like 5, 6 people in a teepee.
By your tree.
Close enough. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 cars on the green that I can see. Yeah, donate to Mike's legal fund. You can hear music coming from the tent, probably not on my speaker, but they are singing in there because it is a religious ceremony by Lakota people in a teepee on public space. Anybody got that little off topic, that letter cutting meme with the pageantry mentioned? Because like, yo. Oh, I think that they're you can hear a song coming from inside the teepee from one of the Lakota organizers. It's Hermes earlier, holding what is a traditional ceremony in a teepee. public space. Started out as not a protest. Looks like police are going down here and searching.
Everybody's just joining. We are
Again,
in
this
Rapid
is all
City.
for...
This is the Mni Luzahan patrol made a encampment. There was 4 teepees earlier. Now there is 1 teepee. The police are going to arrest or are threatening to arrest people inside. They're in ceremony. There's holding space, saying there's no other place. But I'm gonna bring the audio back from Shina Lockett. Right now we're watching 2 independent journalists on the ground in Rapid City, Shina Lockett and Lakota Law Projects, Lakota People's Law Project. There we go. Okay, turn this audio off. Thanks for being here. Thanks for following.
Yeah, anyway, it started out as a feed that's been going on for 2+ years from Oyatakin Chante Waschipi. You can donate to that if you want to help feed relatives, but more importantly is probably the legal fund tonight. It looks like they've already taken 1 person into the van. And there were 4 teepees. They took 3 down, and then these 5 or 6 protesters who have like blatantly said they are unarmed and nonviolent, like to the police several times that they've been communicating with, are now surrounded by this. And there's dogs. Like, you can straight up hear dogs. 2 vans. Like, I don't even know what the cost of this is, but it's not low.
So there's an unmarked police van. Sorry about that connection.
Sorry about that. Thank you for that text. All right, again, so we got lawyers, we got defense funds, like we got this set up. We just, like, donations are appreciated. Those have been linked several times in the comments. If you want to donate, just find that link. One from Michael Anderson, you can donate. There's that funny guy from inside the teepee. I hope he's safe. Yeah, just a whole lot of pageantry for 5 people in a teepee doing a ceremony. Okay, Michael Anderson is posting those links again. If you want to donate to the legal fund, the links are available. And if you want to donate, of course, for things like, for things like blankets and coats and food and snacks and items for the homeless that do get confiscated when they are taken to detox or arrested. He's saying that there's 3 people down there behind the creek, but I don't know if they're with us. All right.
Sorry about that. Didn't realize that.
I'm really hoping that they didn't just find unhoused relatives and say that they are with the group wanting to get arrested, because that is not the case.
Dressed in all black.
There is going to be, it looks like there's a small dispute.
Oh shit, all black?
Four police officers with a very lot of big pies were trying to rescue.
Again, if you're just joining, this is Rapid City, South Dakota, where the Mni Luzahan patrol has been patrolling Rapid Creek to help support the houseless relatives along the creek. Homeless or houseless relatives can't be homeless on your own land. They're already home. But yeah, has been ongoing. They had a meal earlier. They set up 4 teepees in ceremony, and the police have come to move them off this land. There's people in the teepee who have just wanted to stay to hold that space, and right now the police have moved in and starting to arrest people now. So I'm going to go back to the audio of the ground.
We got people back there with cameras too to make sure everything is above the bar. And I'm sure I'll hear about it all later and report back everything that happens in there and in their time. Just like when some people at Standing Rock got questioned by the Secret Service for hours. Not Standing Rock, sorry. Some people in Keystone got questioned by the Secret Service for hours. Okay. Got all this. These are the people that were inside of the tent having a ceremony. Unarmed, non-violent. You can still hear Hermes singing in the tent. Did they make him take his mask off? Because I don't know if that was voluntary. Yo. Okay. Okay, they're searching his pockets and stuff. Obviously, he is unarmed. And he is handcuffed, I believe. And unmasked. I saw him talking about a mask. I heard him from over here. I don't know if he is going to be able to have that put on, but I do know that he has been very safe with COVID and that this is a huge problem for him to be sent in like he is right now with his mask hanging off and handcuffed so he can't put it back on. So there's a situation. They're dragging out an elderly woman there. Oh shit. And they're putting her in a separate van. That's an Lakota woman who is also a grandma. She is currently face down in the rain. She is like confirmed, like I know her. She is a grandma. Looks like she's doing dead weight, but being dragged in the rain. Here's another protester right now. Sorry, I keep on saying protesters. I'm sorry, you guys. That is habit. Whenever I see riot vans, I say protesters. It is not a protest, but that is a habit that I need to break. It's definitely not a protest, as I've stated many times. This is an act of defiance, but it hasn't been a protest here all night. So, yeah, there's the Lakota grandma, confirmed, legitimately actually a grandma on the ground, being searched. And I don't know why she's going into a separate car, because I haven't seen anyone else put into this van, and I'm a little bit worried about her now. We do have a legal fund, so if you guys want to donate, damn. Natasha, I think you're good. No concerns, Natasha. Or Nosh. Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong. Okay, yeah, so again, definitely a grandma. Like, I know her. I know her grandbaby. I'll post a picture of her if she's comfortable with it later, of her and her grandbaby from the Land Back March the other day. So these are all of the police that it is taking to arrest one elderly grandmother. Sorry, Lakota grandmother. I don't think she'd appreciate me calling her elderly. Yeah, dude. Like, that was five peaceful, unarmed protesters. And, like, yo, this is the scene. Like, yeah, cop cars back there. It's been like this for hours. It started out as a meal for people who are unhoused. That's been happening for 2+ years. From a Ate Kin Chante Washtipi, you can donate if you want to help feed people who are unhoused, to that group and to Lloyd Big Crow. This is also part of Creek Patrol, so they set up tents because they've been patrolling without police intervention, like, you know, kind of for this reason, is why they patrol without police intervention. No, Nashe, I think you're good. Yeah, so they've been, helping people, like, yeah, it was Natalie. It definitely was, like, who straight up has the cutest little grandbaby ever. Yeah. And she's in a separate van, and I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, so anyway, this is for a meal for teepees, from groups that have been trying to help unhoused people, been meeting with the mayor, had several conversations with the police, like, that I've documented, even had a meeting with James John, the patrol chief. There were 5 unarmed, very peaceful protesters in a ceremony in that teepee on public space. They took down the other 3. And this is, like, legit the response. But it was even more cops than this before. When, like, there's riot, like, there are police in riot gear, like, what is it, 10 to 12 that we talked to in my video, over behind the bushes, back there. And that's a van leaving, so I'm wondering if that's them right now pulling out, or not a van, sorry, a bus, because the ones that we saw were, in a bus for the Rapid City, what do you call it, like the city of Rapid City, like a bus. So anyway, this is an insane amount of law enforcement. It has been, the James Johns, the patrol chief, called it a protest, and he also called it an unlawful assembly, and it was not. It's public space, and these are temporary enclosures, not on the floodplain, right? So it wasn't a protest, never has been, not at all, and this is everything that happened for that. And then when the press conference was held, the chief of police, who was supposed to come out, who James John said would be coming out, they canceled that and said that it wasn't his job to come out. He held a press conference at the same time that all of this was happening, saying that the people who are here were cooperating and did not refer to them as protesters. Obviously, there's some miscommunication issues. And this isn't just the police department. It's also, as you can see, the sheriff's department. So, it's wild.
All sides. That could have been.
Now we're switching audio thing. On the left, I'm going to project, People's Law Project.
I'm not going to deny that. Argue with you about that. I'm not going to deny that. But what's happening here is you're denying our people safe shelter. Well, there is safe shelter. There's safe shelter at other places. There is. We've been up and down the street looking around there already. Okay. So, you know, we're going to be assisting and taking down the lodge. Yeah. You guys say? I think it's. Are we? Yep. I think it's good to go.
I'm going to enter.
I got a car.
Jerk the wheel real hard and it'll unlock.
We'll take it back and load it. Okay, now it's good. You gave up.
11 o'clock. Moving.
So it looks like they're taking down the teepee right now. We wanted this again to show this website, Mni Luzahan.org. If you want to learn more about this encampment that they're trying to erect to land back for our unsheltered relatives, you can go here. This camp Mni Luzahan is established by Creek Patrol volunteers to provide care and protection for unsheltered relatives along Mni Luzahan Rapid Creek this winter and for years to come. Somebody asked if it was on land the city gave. Was land that was discussed with these folks. They've been in conversation with the mayor's office, trying to help the unsheltered relatives along Rapid Creek. Also, if you're interested in looking at their legal fund, there is also a legal fund. You can go to www.mllegalfund.org. It's a legal defense for Camp Mni Luzahan and Creek Patrol. So again, you saw people were arrested right now. These funds, again, there's some language here. If you want to go read it, they'll explain what the funds are for. The purpose of this fund is to provide duty of care for any persons arrested because of their actions as a member of the Creek Patrol and Camp Mni Luzahan. Funds will be used for ongoing legal support for those facing arrests and charges related to their work with the Creek Patrol and Camp Mni Luzahan. Travel-related expenses for those arrested to attend hearings and trials to their arrest, and potential civil litigation for excessive force or human rights if the violations by military or law enforcement against the Creek Patrol or Camp Mni Luzahan. All this information is right here on this website. This is Reddit. I'm a big fan of reading. www.mllegalfund.org. You can see it right there. And again, you can also check out the information with the camp. campmniluzahan.org. Again, we'll cut back to what's going on the ground. Thanks again for being here.
With the
Boys there, stand it straight up. Careful, buddy, now. Turn. Come towards me, bud.
What, this right there?
Yeah. This part's important. That is the lead pole. When you untie this, you always have to say a prayer.
Put them some slack there while they're saying a prayer. We try not to film prayers at all when they're happening. I'm gonna fix my backpack here a little bit because the rain's coming. Okay. Taking it down.
Good.
Roll it up. Leave those straps out.
switch audio, see, shine a look at, see what's going on there.
Housed people, or for like the resources that already exist to support them. So people were stressed, picking up the slack, and then these groups were created, stepped in, and they just got arrested while having a spiritual ceremony hosted by a Lakota man in the Black Hills, which is Lakota territory, in a teepee in a public space.
I'm on it. Every arrest I was at the officers, I'm taking pictures. Perfect.
Okay, so it sounded like I was just eavesdropping on the police. It sounded like they were saying there were 6 arrests total. So, and unless they change their number, I mean, I still have that post up. The people taking down the teepee, Amy, it's Lloyd's helping, right, with Oyate, Kin, Chante, Wash teepee. And then this is a veterans group that comes up from Pine Ridge and helps patrol. Sorry, what's the name of the group again? Hey, what's the name of your group again? What's the name of your group again? I forgot already. The veterans group, what's the name of it?
Tokala.
Tokala. Okay, right on. So the Tokalas. And they make the drive and they stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning to help patrol and, you know, prevent police intervention for people who are homeless.
Sorry. Not mean to flash you all.
I don't think everything's going to happen. I think the imagery is already so bad that nothing else is going to hit the fan.
I mean, we got 5,000 views on that video already. So.
Really? Oh, nice.
Well, thank you so much and your continued advocacy.
Yeah, I'll tip you off when I hear other stuff.
I mean, I came last time and I came this time.
Yeah, no, it's good. I really like it when TV shows up. So, it's dope. Yeah, thanks. You too. Bye. Right. Yo, this is like insane for, what is it? What, 6 people that were arrested by like cops that outnumber them. Like, I don't know. It's, if you count the people just standing here, it was just like nearly 20 cops, right? If you count like the rest that are in the cars surrounding the police and riot gear over behind the building next door that we saw in the first video that I did, the one that was 2 hours long, then it's like probably like 50 to 70 cops. It's gonna be my guess, cops and sheriffs. So this is wild. But all this driving up onto the lawn last minute after they knew that there were 6 unarmed people doing a prayer in a teepee on public land in the Black Hills, which is Lakota territory. So,
really quick, these feeds are in the top right hand corner. Channel Like It is on Facebook. They were the Independent Media Project, if you want to go look at that information. And the Lakota People's Law Project is the top left there if you want to go find that feed on its own and also follow those feeds. Again, thanks for being here. We are just bringing this information to show you what's going on in Rapid City, South Dakota right now on the ground. That
I was talking to, that that the Patrol Chief James John said that he was going to, what was it? Hang on, let me try to get this wording exactly right. I've stated it several other times, but like my brain is dying now. I think it's from the production. I think my mind is just blown from this amount of pageantry. Sorry, he was stating that Nick Tilson is on bond, and he was going to personally be the one to arrest him if the teepees didn't come down, and that he was going to take his bond away. Nick Tilson is on bond because he's facing felony charges from a protest on July 3rd at Keystone, in Keystone against President Trump, which was already it was already covered, totally separate, and actually involved NDN Collective, right? He's facing felony charges for that. Nick Tilson, not involved in this. Nick Tilson is not at all involved in this. He is not with Creek Patrol. He is not a member of it. He doesn't do planning. I know the members, guys. I do the snaps. Nick Tilson, not a part at all. And so the fact that he was told that he could be facing repercussions for starting this is absurd. Just absurd. Do your fucking research. Sorry, do your research. Just absurd. The scene here, it is raining now, so I might have rain on my camera. Okay, and the last poles are coming down. Look at those tough veterans. Damn, they're awesome. Took down 4 teepees total.
Thanks again, sir. Really appreciate it.
James John, who made those comments that are also on my live, is thanking one of the Tokalas right now for, I don't know why. Okay, the 5-0's leaving.
And of the Teepee Nation, member of the Oglala Lakota Nation. I have a message for Steve Allender. You sat down at the chess table. You made your moves. Now it's our turn. I want to tell you right now that this is out of your hands. This is an international ordeal here. The human rights violations that you have committed against our people is intolerable. You may think that it's okay from your mayor seat, but I'm telling you, you've been eating at our table free for a long time, far too long. And now it's time for you to pay for your food. The Oglala Lakota Nation is coming for you, Steve Allender. We'll see you in court. It's our move. Thank you.
Who?
San Juan Black Cat.
Who? Thank you. You know, Sam, I was in that meeting.
Oh yeah.
Remember, I was filming in that meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been quoting you. Native drivers, native cooks, native counselors, native receptionists, man. They gotta step up, and it's gotta be native, man.
Yeah.
I thank you for I've been working with Chase for a long time, but
Yeah.
you know, anyway, thank you much. I'm glad
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much for closing this out. So that was.
This is the scene. Cops are driving away. Okay, cool. What were you gonna add?
I don't know if you caught the officers that went and kicked the multiple women out of
Yeah,
the
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So they kicked out, they were searching in the bushes, and they found some unhoused people, and they shoot them away. They kicked them out. We got that. I hope that they found a safe place to sleep tonight. I'm not exactly sure if Creek Patrol is out tonight, guys, because, you know, just some arrests made. Hang on, I'll try this a little, maybe. Ah. Is that gonna get me arrested? Okay. So, anyway, yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay, so yeah, that was it. It wasn't a protest. It was very confusing because right here on camera to the news reporters, like all that stuff that could have gone wrong fucking went wrong. James John, the patrol officer, called this a protest. The news conference, it's not a protest, right? The news conference is just people talking. It was actually just 4 teepees and a feed for the homeless, and it was never a protest, and people were never armed. So what you just saw, all those arrests, those just happened because people refused to take down one of the 4 teepees on public land, right? Lakota people, this is a Lakota-led organization, Lakota-led movement, not by Nick Tilson. Super false. Super couldn't be more wrong false that this is led by Nick Tilson. It is not, and if that comes up federally, like, I will vouch, not led by Nick Tilson. Anyway, so yeah, they were over here and they were having a feed, which they've been doing for 2+ years with this specific group, Oyate Kenchante Washtipi. And then they also brought dogs, and they brought their cars here and everything, and started to like surround the group, and their teepees told them to take the teepees down. The chief was supposed to come talk at one point, and then that didn't work out because James John said that it's his job, not the chief's job, to be here. Chief held a press conference. In that press conference, that was happening at the same time as this. Like, he could have come here, right? Like, he was up anyway at that point. In that press conference, he said that this like was being handled by the police, didn't refer to it as a protest and stuff, and it sounded a lot nicer, and that this, but he did say that this kind of like was an effort that attracts people who are homeless to sleep out on the street, and that's dangerous. That's not the message. That's literally the opposite of the message that we got from Alan during a meeting, if you watch my 12-minute video, where he said that homeless people do not die from exposure, which is untrue, and I stated some of the cases, right? So that's what the conference was saying. That's what he was saying at the press conference, and that's not true, because this doesn't bring people out here and like encourage them to sleep on the streets. They were going to sleep on the streets anyway. What the teepees would have done is given them a warm place. This weekend, it's the first snow in Rapid City as predicted, right? Like, it gets cold here. It gets to be like negative like 40 with wind, right? It's insanely cold in South Dakota in the winters, and this was just an effort to stop that. Yeah, and now it's taken down, and we have 6 arrests, and there were like at least 4 times the amount of cops like out of their cars where those arrests were being made, but then also what was happening on the inside. So yeah, that's about it. You can watch both the lives. I'm gonna finish this up, and I guess I'll go live again if I get pulled over on the way home. Bye everybody.
Everyone, again, thanks for joining us here at the Indian Collective. Those were journalist Cheyenne Lockett, who is part of the Independent Media Project, and the Lakota People's Law Project, who is also reporting on the ground. They were talking about Camp Mni Luzahan. You can see .org here. The website, if you want to go check it out, is right there to read more from them, why they were doing this action, why they were organizing this camp. And you can also read about the ongoing patrols along the Rapid Creek there, which is trying to provide food and shelter and support to the houseless relatives that are currently living along the creek. Today they tried to set up an encampment, and yeah, the police showed up. I think it was 6 arrests in total, is what we're reading eventually. 5 arrests? 5 arrests, 6 arrests, 5 to 6 arrests. Trying to figure that out exactly, but let's keep following along. Those feeds you can find also the Facebook feed for Camp Mni Luzahan patrols, like Mni Luzahan patrols, I think is the Facebook feed, so you can check that out as well. And just know these are ongoing land back actions that are happening across Turtle Island. This is what's happening in Rapid City. These are grassroots people organizing and taking action and trying to support each other and to try to support our relatives. And this is how we plan to saw all that play out from those 2 different feeds there. Again, thanks again for being here, and just keep following the Indian Collective. We're going to be trying to bring more information for what's going on across Turtle Island around land back, but also to see in different ways that people are trying to defend their territories. And on that, thanks again for being here.